members teaching our kids, serving on boards, volunteering, listening, caring, even when we disagree. And sometimes it's recognizing people who make it possible for us to serve, and people who help us behind the scenes. And tonight, I want to honor one of those people, because it's my wife's birthday, and she gave me the freedom to show up here. So I'd love for us to sing her happy birthday. Yay! So her name is Nina. So 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nina. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, very nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Statham. That was lovely. Item 5.1, acknowledgements in the district.
Okay, so our acknowledgements, the board would like to acknowledge that April is Autism Awareness Month. It is also National Child Abuse Prevention Month, National Poetry Month, School Library Month, and April 22nd is Earth Day, and our local celebration is on Saturday.
And we're also doing the planting of some trees.
And planting of some trees over at Redwood, so we've got some really good things that are going on in celebration of that this weekend. We'd also like to acknowledge the following donations that were made in the district. We had almost $1,000 that was donated to the Fort Bragg Middle School by the FBMS Parents Club to support repairs to the school marquee. $250 donated to by the Mendocino Presbyterian Church to support Giving Care Donde Cuidado program. And $500 was donated anonymously to support the purchase of soccer uniforms at FBMS.
Perfect. All right, item 6, communication. If any board members received any communication since the last meeting they'd like to report out on. I don't think I have either. No?
We did receive the approval of the second interim letter this week.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
sometime this
thank
week.
you.
So it was after the posting of the agenda, but it was received. So you may receive that at some point.
Perfect. Thank you. Item 7, public comment. I'll just read the disclosure. Individuals may address the board on agenda and non-agenda items during public comment and or at the time they are under consideration by completing the speaker form provided on the table at the entrance and submitting to Renee Holmes, administrative assistant. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual. Speakers will be chosen in random order. A timer will be set for 3 minutes. If you do not complete your comment when the timer rings, you may leave a written comment for the board's information. Each person may only speak once per agenda topic and is required to address the board from the podium. A total of 20 minutes public comment per topic will be allowed. In exceptional circumstances, the board may consider adjusting the amount of time allowed for public comment. Public comment cannot be acted upon or discussed by the board in accordance with the Brown Act. The board may request staff to respond orally at the meeting or at a future time. If you require translation service, please contact Renee Holmes at the district office 72 hours in advance by phone or email. Regular meetings will be videoed and broadcasted on FBUSD YouTube channel. Members of the public who wish to address the board may also submit public comments prior to the start of the meeting by emailing boardmeeting@fbusd.us. Staff will make all attempts to share and record any submissions received prior to or during the board meeting. However, depending on timing, late submissions may be provided to the board after the conclusion of the meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes each, which is approximately 390 words. With that, any public comment?
There is no public comment.
All right. Moving on to item 8, reports. 8.1, student representative report. Ms. Lillian.
Hi. So at Redwood lately, students, families, and staff had a wonderful time at the Spring Carnival. I know the high school did too. And they said a huge thanks to the high school students and staff for making that happen. The TK and kindergarten teams went to visit schools in Davis Unified to observe their special education inclusion programs. So a huge thanks to all of those who went for taking time out of their vacation. There are many spring field trips, and they are welcoming parent volunteers to help supervise. Parent Clubs has arranged for a Quest for Kindness assembly Thursday, May 1st, which aligns with their school rules. And then staff members are working diligently every day to offering engaging learning opportunities for students. At Dana Gray, they just completed their 3rd iReady diagnostic and has seen quite a bit of growth, which we love to hear. It is field trip season there too, so students have been going to Point Cabrillo, Botanical Gardens, and Hindy Woods. CASP testing will begin in a few weeks, as well as the 5th grade science CAST and PE testing. Attendance is increasing now that the weather has cleared. School-wide attendance is 93%. and they're continuing to work towards a goal of 97%. At the middle school, soccer and softball are ongoing. April 21st is CASP testing beginning. May 12th is the book fair and parents club. May 16th will be the middle school dance from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The 30th is the band concert, and June 5th is their promotion at 5 p.m. in the Timberwolves Stadium. And then June 6th will be their last day of instruction. For the high school, spring sports are going great. As many know, we just had our senior day at the track last night. Clubs such as ASB and Link Crew are currently working on recruitments for next year and looking towards increasing student spirit and participation throughout the school. AP test and SAT are all quickly approaching, so students are encouraged to get ready and also sign up for the SAT. But following that, May 10th is the prom put on by the junior class. It'll be held in our very own stadium this year, which is super exciting. And then graduation is also approaching, so many seniors are being encouraged to get their senior project done, which I myself have to do right now, so I do have to leave early to get my last hours, so thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Item 6.2, General Obligation Bonds Funds Construction Project Update. Donna.
Pretty fast.
Hi, everybody. A pleasure to see you in person for a change. I'll get my little cheat sheet here, hopefully. Okay. Okay, let's start with this. On phase 2, it's coming to a close. And, financially, we're doing just fine on that one. We had a number of contingencies because we awarded the contract prior to the DSA permit, or the GMP, I should say, not the contract. So it looks like we're going to carry over somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.9 million for the phase 3, which is the OTAD project. And that's just my estimation. Jamie's much better at numbers than I am, but that's my estimation right now. So we really can't complain about where the dollars went or are carrying for phase 2. We're doing wonderful on that. As far as schedule, we believe we're going to get completed by the end of the month. Probably have some punch list stuff for the carryover the following month, but for all intents and purposes, by the end of the month, we'll be completed with the construction on phase 2, which is another big milestone. What they're doing now, the exterior painting was completed. They've got little touch-ups to do first week of April, which already occurred. Downspouts and door hardware getting installed, HVAC registered. All the fineries are kind of being put in now. Site work, the landscaping is far on its way, probably another week or so. Weather was cooperating with them at first. It was a little cloudy yesterday, but so they've got a lot of the landscaping in. They do have to finish the last leg of the concrete where they've been keeping it open for equipment to get in. And the fencing needed to go on, but driving over here between middle of the day yesterday and today, they got the fencing up around the playground, so they're just plucking right along on it. Really no issues for phase 2. And we just need to continue with the interior improvements and do a punch list at the end of the month and carry on with the punch list closure at the end of the month or the first part of the following month. So we'll be starting to focus our attentions on the next projects. So we'll go to the next slide. Oh, I got some pictures for you, but you probably drove by and saw it. So this is before the fence went up. As I said, the fence is up already. So they've got a little bit of landscaping work to do. Actually, and these pictures were from last Wednesday, so this is a week ago. So they're actually, if you go by there, there's a lot more shrubbery already installed. So it's coming along right well. So okay, next. Some interior shots and the playground equipment's up. So no carpet yet, but that's coming. Or hard surface. I think it's linoleum, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a list of the change events or change orders, if you want to call them. It's actually a negative change orders because of the credit, so that's where the money's carrying over to the next project. So, and that's in the report in more detail if you want to look at it. So phase 3 is an alt ed project. We kind of resumed last September, I guess, or October. The architects, we had a design that was more costly, and we switched up and called it phase 3 rather than phase 2, and we did this as phase 2. So the architects had plans that were pretty far along that they had to kind of pare back, and they did that over the summer, and been getting ready to, we're working towards getting a permit to actually start the project. It's in DSA right now. We're hoping DSA will have their final comments in the next week or two. We could address them and then come forward with you with a GMP. Probably not the next board meeting, but maybe a special board meeting at the end of May if you indulge us. The contractors are, like similar to phase 2, the contractors already reached out to subcontractors and got numbers for plumbing and HVAC, et cetera. I've heard numbers. I haven't seen numbers yet. They're just working it over still. They're optimistic. I'm the resident pessimist, so I gotta see the numbers first. So, anyway, they're optimistic about it. I'm hoping it comes in, and we don't have to go shuffling around for other dollars. The 1.9 we're carrying over obviously would help. And the other thing I have got going simultaneously is a PG&E. To get PG&E service there, we need to do a line adjustment, so we could call it a different property and get a different meter, a different service. So the difference would be to run conductors a lot further distance and for a lot more money. I mean, these conduits the conductors, copper pipe or cabling, is pretty. You could choke a horse with it. I think the last quote I got from an electrician over at Horicon was it's like $13 a foot, and you've got 4 of them going. So it makes a big difference if you're going here to across the street, if you're going here or 3 blocks down. So we're trying to do a new service, so we're not going to the existing service, which is back over here. Anyway, so it's to be seen what DSA has to say on their comments. I believe they've had 1 round of comments already, so this should be pretty routine. FRC will get their GMP together so they can share with us. And yesterday we revisited and went over interior and exterior colors and materials with the principal and Barry and others. So it's moving right along. I'm just anxious to see the real number and see where we land between phase 2 and phase 3. Other than that, we have our little side jobs. We're doing the Fort Bragg Middle School special ed classroom, which is fairly on its way. There are a few change orders on that one. We don't have a big contingency on that. It's a small project. We're almost done with it. But, we had to do some extra drilling through foundations to get sewer pipes to make their proper fall. The one that's I find kind of funny, but not that they didn't, is we're putting in a new ramp for wheelchair access, so they have to remove the concrete steps, so they can put the ramp in. And normally when you build a concrete step into an entry, it's kind of, the middle's kind of filled with rock or dirt. This thing was solid concrete. So it took them like 3-4 days of jackhammering. So I'll probably be light on them and have a little bit of a change order for that one, because it was not expected to have to jackhammer that much. So that one's coming along. Dana Gray hasn't started yet. The plan on that one was to start once school lets out. It's a similar scope to Fort Bragg. I don't think there's a monumental stair to demo out on that one. That one, it's another side job we'll be carrying on while we start alt ed. I think that's the last slide, possibly. Yeah. So I'm wide open for questions if you have any.
I keep hearing the same comment about the project 1 at Redwood and project 2 at Redwood. I mean, they're very similar, so I don't know if any tweaks have been made. But it sounds like the building doesn't have any windows that open. And I think that's kind of strange in this day and age, but maybe it's with the HVAC. Maybe you don't open a window and you don't need one, but there's no fan, so I don't know if that's something that can be, I'm sure there's already windows in the second, phase of the Redwood
Yeah.
project, but there's some
I know we
areas
had a
that-
discussion on, there are operable windows in
yeah,
those.
but
This, yeah, it's kind of a
Redwood's-
philosophy thing and a kind of a workaround thing. Back in the 70s, they didn't put operable windows because of HVAC, just like you said. They do less and less of that now. It's nice to get fresh air. DSA has a certain percentage of the windows have to be wheelchair accessible, and the hardware for that gets complicated. So some architects and some people just prefer, we just won't do operable windows. There's a similar argument with operable shades too. That's why
It's dangerous.
the shades are being bought after the fact.
Right.
So I like operable windows.
Yeah.
I try to put them in my
Yeah, I don't know
building.
what that looks like after, like if the window needs to be
It-
replaced, can you put one in?
Yeah, it is. It's quite achievable. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, you could put an operable window
Or
in.
a fan? I mean, where you have
There are
moving air.
fans in
There are
these
fans.
rooms.
Yeah,
So-
they have.
Just that because I was over at that site, and that's, every year I hear that same concern on those hot days. And sometimes you just need a window open, and those some certain rooms, I think they need
Yeah.
some fresh air.
Yeah, it's a philosophical thing.
I'll let them know.
But in face, and I know in OTED, because we had the discussion yesterday, they have operable windows.
Good, yeah,
You know,
Redwood was.
And I think if one window or 5% or 10% needs to be wheelchair accessible. What usually happens is the casework, like here, the casework gets in the way and somebody in a wheelchair can't operate the window. And the handle has to be on the bottom and not pinching and grasping it. That's why a lot of the modular buildings that you buy now for their modular classrooms, they don't put operable windows in because window companies have a lot of other windows to make and they don't see it as a priority to figure out a clever way to make
They'll
a
have
window.
to come here and try it out themselves.
Yeah. But I'm in the camp, I like windows too, but,
Thank you.
uh-huh.
Any other questions? I just think it's great. We're going to have a carryover for phase 3.
Yeah, it's gonna help.
Whatever it may be,
Yeah,
it's great.
yeah.
And even if we don't have a special soon, can we get a view of the new drawings or where we're at? some
Okay,
point?
yeah, when I get out of here, I'll email, because I think you mentioned that last week, and I probably flaked. Let me email the architect when I leave here, just so I don't flake again. She brought some printouts yesterday of color samples and so on, so I'll do that before I drive off.
Do we have an idea of how long it's going to take?
I think that, 10 months to a year, I would lean towards a year now, but maybe it's, FRC really moves. They're pretty efficient, so. It also kind of depends on how fast PG&E moves on the PG&E side of it, but the power doesn't want to stop us from starting. It just would stop us from ending until we have power. So,
Yeah, but hopefully, starting in June, July at the latest, so.
Great.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay.
All righty, well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks for coming.
Okay. I'm gonna miss you next month. I'm gonna be out of town most of the time, but unless we have a special board meeting not because I was gone, but because they need that much more time to get the GMP number together. So.
Now, we can do a contract at a special? Is that,
Yeah, there's. I don't
Yeah,
know
as
if
long as you
it's
do
it's
the
usually just
Brown
like
Act
a-
notice and all that.
Like certain staff you can't do.
Yeah. All righty, well, thank you.
sir.
All right, thanks, Don.
Okay.
have a good trip.
All right, item 8.3, Three Rivers Charter School Spring Update. Ms. Kim?
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Kim Morgan. I'm the director of Three Rivers Charter School. We have 2 new trustees since I was here last, who are both former Fort Bragg families, or Three Rivers families. So, met you both. Hi. So tonight I'll just give some updates on some of our programs and highlights and some data and what's been happening as we approach the end of the year. We did a lot of facility remodel. I reported in the fall. We did that last summer, so here you can see our new paint job. Next slide. We've done a few other campus improvements. We got beautiful new basketball hoops and new garden beds this spring, so we're pretty excited about that. We also put a dishwasher and a sink in our kitchen using the kitchen infrastructure and training funds. Our meal program is still running with meals from Harvest Market, and it's been quite successful. We're really happy with it. We serve free breakfast and lunch to all students who want it every day. We've gone on a lot of field trips this year. Our big one with the 3rd through 8th grade classes recently was to San Francisco. They went to the Exploratorium and saw an educational performance at Luther Burbank Center in Santa Rosa. And the 7th and 8th graders visited Sonoma State. Today, the entire school went to Community Helper Day at Big River Beach, put on by State Parks with all the emergency responder vehicles, and they had a blast. The Reach helicopter landed and everything. We have our 1st and 2nd graders headed to Point Cabrillo. The 5th and 6th have been down to the Woodlands. And back in the fall, the 3rd through 8th graders visited Humboldt and went to Cal Poly and other destinations up there. So it's an important part of our program. Something that we do every year is a national event called No One Eats Alone. That's an anti-bullying campaign where the whole school eats lunch together, and we have ambassadors making sure that no one is eating alone or is left out. So these are some photos from that event that happened in February. We try to do a lot of cross-age projects and activities, and this is a great one that the students really look forward to. We've been working to infuse science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM, more into our programming and activities. It's one of our LCAP goals. So we had our annual science and art fair a couple months ago, which was a big success. Several of our students went on to compete at the Mendocino County Science Fair, so that was a really great experience for them. And we also have Family STEAM Night, where there's an activity that's related in each of the classrooms for the families and the students to all come enjoy and be on campus. So we had a successful STEAM night this year. Another ongoing connection that we have each year, there is a school in Uganda, Africa called the New Hope Grammar School that we've been connected to for several years now, and we raise money for them for their program. So here's some pictures of Teacher Violet and some of their students, and we call it the Change Challenge. It's also known as Penny Wars, but we wanted to get the war out of the name. So the classes all compete and someone wins a pizza party, but we ended up raising $1,000 this year to send to our friends in Uganda. So that was a great service project. And the students learn about the culture and the people and the geography, and they learn about that part of the world as part of it. Next slide. Our after-school program is rocking with the ELOP funds, Three Rivers Interactive Daily Enrichment and Support. That's our TIDES program. It's our version of Kudos. It's been great. We have up to 30-ish students attend every day, and Fridays are our minimum days, so we still go from 12 to 5 with TIDES on Fridays, and that is really well attended. But they do sports and STEAM, they go out in nature, arts and music, free play, social emotional learning, and academic support with Homework Club happens at TIDES every day. We had our annual music concert and variety show this last couple weeks ago, and we have it at Cotton Auditorium. We rent out the auditorium, and it's a really special time for our students and families to be up on the big stage, everything from singing and dancing to telling jokes. Our music students get to perform. So we have some students playing brass right now and drums, guitar, recorders, piano. So it was a very successful performance. Right now, our second graders are participating in second grade swim at CV Star, and it's a first and second grade combo class. So we've teamed up with MCRPD, and our first graders are going to the new gymnastics gym in town to do gymnastics, while second graders are at the pool. And more. We've been very busy. There's elective on Fridays. Our junior high class applied and is on the yearbook committee, so there's a select few that help Miss Adams with the yearbook that we produce each year. With our Prop 28 Arts and Music Funds, we've been running Art a la carte, where Miss Sue Magoo goes classroom to classroom on Thursdays and teaches art to each class. Our student council organized Spring Spirit Week this year. Usually we do a big school spirit week in the fall, but they really wanted to have Spring Spirit Week. We had a wacky fashion show, that's the picture at the top right, and Uno competitions, tournament. It was quite great. And we continue with our first Friday, we have our Reach Assembly each month, and we've been doing an attendance drawing, and we do cross-age activities, and we gather on the first Friday of every month. A little bit of data and a cute picture of some first and second graders. Next slide. Our enrollment is currently at 76, which is lower than we'd like. It's been fluctuating. I think the highest we've had this year is 81. So we're looking to get closer to 90 for next year. For the budget, that would be excellent. We just did our lottery last Friday. And there's a wait list for some of the classes, so we're working through that, calling families that to take those open spaces in the seats, and it's looking like we will have space in the lower grades particularly. So if anybody's interested in joining one of the classes or the wait list, they can just call or get on our website. There's a place to connect with us there to join the wait list. We've done professional development this year. I know it's a question that sometimes gets asked, so I made a slide about it. We participated in Fort Bragg Unified's Professional Development Day. We sent a teacher to the MTSS conference last summer. An organization that we're part of is the Charter School Development Council, and they have a conference every year that's very valuable. So someone went to that. We participate in many county Office of Education offerings for training. Our benchmark assessments that we use, it's the NWA is the organization, Measures of Academic Progress, the NWA MAP test. So we had a trainer come in recently on one of our staff days to work on using data to drive instruction from those benchmark tests. We've worked it out, so 2 full days and just 2 afternoons where we don't have the TIDES program to have staff development days this year so that we can get the entire staff together, which is in the past been very difficult to do when school is in session. So that has been really helpful for us as a team this year. And then I just put alphabet soup because there's so many acronyms on this page. That was funny. Curriculum is another question that often gets asked, so I made a slide about it. We are using Bridges Mathematics from the Math Learning Center in 1st through 5th. We adopted that in 2018, and we are currently looking to pilot something new starting in the fall. It's been very difficult to teach with fidelity in the mixed grade classrooms, so we're looking and exploring to find a new curriculum for the lower grades. 6th through 8th aligns with what they will use moving forward at Fort Bragg Unified. They've been using big ideas, and we're liking that. In language arts, we use Wit and Wisdom and My Perspectives. Science for the youngers mostly is based on mystery science, and HMH's Science Dimensions. Social studies, we use Studies Weekly and a couple different McGraw-Hill curriculums for the upper grades. The California dashboard, we are pretty proud, so I wanted to show you. So these would be from our scores from last year on the CASP. We were in green in language arts and math, so it's we were pretty proud of that. Science doesn't show up quite yet. We don't have enough English learners to show up on the dashboard, and our chronic absenteeism and suspension rate were both in orange. And then it kind of goes into the detail of each one. If you'd like to advance to the next slide. We did really well in English language arts based on our CAST scores, and then the next slide shows in math as well. There's not quite enough in any of the student groups besides socioeconomically disadvantaged and white to show up on the dashboard because it's less than 11 students. Next slide. In science, it doesn't show up quite yet, but we were above standard. And the chronic absenteeism is something we've been really working on. It's one of our LCAP goals. We've been running a absenteeism campaign. It is getting a little better with the weather getting better. Everybody's been really sick. We're working on our goal of 96%, but it's been mostly in the low 90s throughout the winter. So we've been holding raffles and just really trying to connect with families and figure out what those barriers are to getting everybody to school. Next slide is suspension, which with our low population, 2 suspensions put us in the orange for the school year. Yeah, and compared to California and the county, we are doing pretty good. We're a little smidge above. And in comparing ourselves to 28 similar schools in California, with the same-ish, or a lot more, number of students, because not many have 80, we're doing pretty good. And you might have seen this for Fort Bragg Unified as well. There was a consultant for the county that created these slides, and they created it for Three Rivers Charter, so it was a really nice tool to use for our board too. Next slide. Some other items of note. Our second interim budget was a positive certification. We do need to increase our enrollment to not have a deficit going into next year. We don't have any outstanding legal issues. We have full coverage on our liability insurance. So far, we've had 1 suspension this year. We are up to renew our charter in June of next year, so that'll be something I'll be working on in the fall and learning that process to make that happen and work with you all for next June to renew our charter petition. We have all our teachers returning next year, and we'll be hiring 2 instructional aides so far. And we are offering a summer program with our ELOP for 3 weeks, 4 days a week, 9-hour days, and it'll be at the site and free for all our families. Any questions?
Any questions or comments?
I just have one,
Sure.
because I'm back on the old charter, but what are you doing to specifically target enrollment for your EL population?
So we adopted Parent Square, and that's been working well or it's a tool that we can use to make sure that folks can receive communications in the Spanish language. Our flyers, we've been working really hard to make sure we put everything out in Spanish as well. Being at community events, we're going to be at Earth Day next Saturday. Yeah. I think we're in the 30%, somewhere in there right now, in the Hispanic group. Yeah.
And I was just a little bit shocked about the absenteeism, but you're just saying it's illness.
Typically,
Yeah, 'cause it's a little higher than you normally.
it is higher.
It's a lot higher.
It
And
is a
seemed
lot
like,
higher.
I don't know, the season seemed, like the weather was a little bit better this winter, so it's just kind of weird how. it
The
was just
sickness
too
for
many,
us, yeah, it was
hard.
not better. And then because we are such a small population, a couple
Sure.
kids really make a difference
Yeah,
to the
that's
numbers.
True. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 8.4, secondary benchmark data, winter.
It's both.
Middle school and high school.
Well, it's both. Take turns.
Good evening, Laura Vieira, Fort Bragg Middle School principal. Our benchmark tonight is a little bit different than I've done in the past, and I'll tell you why as we go through. So next slide, please. This is our overall iReady scores, starting from 2020 when we first got the iReady program, and it shows you the cohort by color. So just kind of follow, if you go over to like 2022, those are our current 8th graders, following that tan color down to the 2 final columns. So you can see over time how our kids have done. We have shown growth, except for a few snafus. But I do have slides that I'm going to show you that help support this. This doesn't give you a whole lot of information, just the overall score of everybody. Next slide. So I learned a lot of new things about iReady during spring break. One of them is how to pull out the diagnostic growth so that you can see, if you look on the bottom left, it shows you your annual typical growth at this time. For our 8th graders, they actually are showing 53%. So they're 3% above what would be a typical growth in a school year. And then the bar graph over on the right shows you the increase in each of their performance bands through iReady. And then I did that for 7th grade as well. Look at 7th grade reading, 124%. I mean, it's so when you look at the overall, the first slide, it doesn't show really what kids are doing and how they're moving. That first slide is at or above grade level. This shows you that our kids are making progress and our teachers are doing a great job instructing. 8th grade, they are at 79% for growth for this year. Okay, then, next slide. This is a very busy slide. And it's little. And so on here, on the slides, I've linked different options for showing you the same data. So the green arrows are showing you an improvement. It shows our benchmarks from the first one that we did in the fall and the second one we did this winter. So it's for each of the grade levels, but we haven't had the ability, or I haven't known how to access it until spring break, to break it down by subgroups. So if you'll look on the left, it's economically disadvantaged, English learners, special ed students, our Hispanic kids, and our white students. And so it breaks down that the data on the two iReady benchmarks by subgroup. The links, though, in your slides there are 3 options. There's this busy page. That's option A. And then I didn't include the slides for the options, so if you go into the slideshow, it has the same data, but it's broken down. It doesn't have the arrows and the dashes. So it shows you the percentages of where our students landed in those subgroups. And the green bar, you're gonna have to click on the link, is the first benchmark, and then the one that remained without a background color is the second benchmark.
And real quickly on that, I get actually access denied for option C and option A. I can only read option B.
Okay, I didn't bring my laptop, so I will.
Check that.
Renee, can you? Probably not.
I'll look.
Okay, I can fix it
Thank you.
tomorrow. So that, great. So I'm going to talk about stuff you guys can't see.
Yeah.
And then option C, I can show you a color printout that I did. Option C shows you, this one was only 6th grade, and it shows socioeconomically disadvantaged, but it gives you the colors to see how they do their bands. I guess I should have checked your access. Renee,
I'm getting there.
okay. So that will be coming. Next slide. We'll move on, and then we can circle back if we need to. This is our overall math in iReady, again, following the colors. So our current 8th graders in math would be the two on the far right in the tannish color, and the growth that they have shown between the first and the second benchmark. And then the next slide is the one that shows, so in 6th grade math, not as quite where we'd like to see it, there was only a 27% growth. But if you look at the little numbers under the green, yellow, red, you can see that there was growth. It was just not strong. 7th grade math. We're 4%, but we hit 54% for the annual typical growth at this time of year. And then again, it shows you the growth over on the left-hand side. So we're making progress in 7th grade math. And also then in 8th grade, they are at 58%. I also want to highlight for 7th and 8th grade math, we have a teacher teaching class sizes of 40 because they're doubled because overall close to 40 because we were short one math teacher. So our 7th and 8th grade math classes are combined. So then that makes that extra extraordinary when you realize how big the classes are. Okay, next slide. Also, another busy slide for our math that breaks it down by subgroups out of iReady, and I'm guessing the links to the options to view the data aren't working on that one either, that I'll have to adjust permissions. So the options that you have at the bottom, if you can open them, also show it by subgroup, and then, shaded for the first benchmark, not shaded for the second. Sage, can you see this?
Same thing,
Same
option
thing?
B
Okay.
only.
Okay.
Yeah, option B opens, option A are both permission.
Okay, then I will fix that tomorrow morning. And then again, similar to, okay, moving on. I'll fix the options and then I'm happy to receive feedback when you can actually see what we're talking about. For the writing benchmark that we just scored, actually the same day as our career fair a couple of weeks ago, this shows how many students, the blue are the kids that got a 4 on using the rubric on their writing sample, which I also linked, and now I'm wondering if you can access that. But at the bottom of the slide, there are links to the rubric and the prompt. Or maybe it's the next slide.
You know, I don't know if it's Laura's permission, because there was something else in the packet that I couldn't access either. But I can't remember what it was.
Bruce's was
Was it
closed
Bruce?
but he ran away and turned it on.
Okay, there was something that I couldn't get, so I don't know if it's this month.
Well, I will fix it all for you later. And I'm sorry I didn't
Yeah.
check it sooner.
So spreadsheet data works, rubric and prompt do not.
I'm sorry, say it again, Sage.
The spreadsheet data is okay, the rubric and the prompt access to.
Okay, well, so you can see some, that's great.
You can see your
So what I wanted to highlight on this is that this is only for the writing prompt that we did this spring. And then the next slide shows our writing benchmark over time. So what you can see on the left is the students that earned a score of 4 with their writing paragraphs, which is small, but it is improving. If you go to spring of 25, which is 4 in, we do have a few kids who are scoring 4s. So I have to tell you, the way that we do it, we all gather in the library, the staff, we go through the rubric, we calibrate student work so that we're all on the same page, and then we start reading our student writing samples. And when you get a 4, you are so excited because they're rare, but we also have noticed improvement over time. And some of the discussion that happened when we were all together is that what we're noticing is that kids are really good at claim, evidence, and reasoning. But what the discussion was is that conclusions are not as strong as they could be. And what the discussion was with teachers is you're instructing, you're getting to the end of a unit, and you're trying to get on to the next unit. And so the conclusions are not getting the instructional time that we realize now that they should. So we'll be making that correction, and I would expect you to see a difference with our fall writing sample for next time. Next slide, please. Okay, now our math performance task. So this one's a little tricky because, again, 7 and 8 are together, and to separate them out by grade level, it was one more thing for our teacher who, again, is teaching classes of up to 40 students. So it's separated out, but we are showing progress, although I will say it is a small increase. Hopefully next year with 3 full math teachers, we'll show even more improvement on the performance task. Also, the performance task is taken straight from the CAS site where students, I linked them, I don't know if you can see them, I linked them in the slides, and so it gives kids mathematical problems to work through and talk about, again, claim, evidence, and reasoning, and kids are able to build arguments and support their arguments with the evidence that is in the text or, wherever they find it. And then our final one is our science benchmark, which this is them breaking down their data. And I believe I linked, you should also have access to the prompts in the slides. And if you don't, we can fix it. And so this shows how many 4, 3, 2, 1 that our students achieved in each of the grade levels. But I think the most interesting piece, or at least to me, is the final slide where our science team put together their, I'll call it data analysis, and really what they noted was at the bottom, CER, claim, evidence, and reasoning. That's happening in all of our classrooms. It also supports our English learners because one of the LPAC criteria, well, maybe criteria is not the right way to say it. They're asked to justify their thinking or their reasoning. So we are doing that in all of our classes. The other thing to note is that our newcomers had the lowest scores because we didn't have translation. And part of that is because we have had an open position for our bilingual aide. So if anybody is watching and would like to come work at the middle school, we have an opening for a bilingual aide, and we would love for you to go on to edjoin.org and apply. Okay, and that is our benchmark report. Any questions? And I'll fix the links if Renee didn't already.
I can't.
Okay,
I don't have access to
I
it
will
either.
fix the links when I have
Thank
a
you for
laptop.
figuring all that stuff out during spring break.
Well, I was excited that I could find, we
It's-
used to do subgroups a
It's
long
really,
time ago.
yeah. I mean, even though we
And-
can't check out all the links, you can tell, you can really dig down and see what's going on, so thank you.
And yeah, it was actually, really exciting, nerding out on student
And I-
data and
the-
achievement.
The bars of showing how they've improved,
Uh-huh.
very, really helpful, really
Well,
helpful.
and I have to
So-
say, it's really encouraging for our staff. I mean, we can tell that all of their hard work is paying off. It's not super fast. You're not going from a 1 to a 4, but everybody is showing growth and improvement. So, and that's what we want to see with everybody.
That's great.
Yeah,
It's gotta
good.
be hard to see a lot of yellow and orange and not know what's going on, and
Well, I have to say, Kim left.
Yeah.
Wow, I was like, what does green look like on the California dashboard? I've never had that color.
I think their test preparation's a little bit different.
Well,
than-
Anyway, middle school is working hard, and I'm super proud of all of our staff and our kids. I mean, it's a great place to be, and I know Luce was able to come for our instructional rounds and see all the really good things happening in our classrooms. So I invite you all to come whenever you're able, because it really is pretty amazing to watch what's happening.
And I can appreciate, I really like how you spend that time with the writing and all the prompts. And I went in that one moment to see what it looks like, and it's a grind, but it's so important because then you can do the work, fairly, I don't know if it's quick, but so that that's the hardest part, is to evaluate kids that are at different levels, and like just deciding on what you're looking for, because that must just be a challenge. With different skill base and, what is a 4, what's a 1.
Well, and I will tell you too, when we have a disagreement or we are like, oh, I'm on the fence, is this a 2 or is it a 3?
Yeah.
And really the difference between a 3 and a 4, those are really rich conversations with our educators that gets everybody thinking about their pedagogy and what it is that we're looking for, and then planning like, oh, this is what I need to teach in my class because here's the piece that I see that's missing. And then, sometimes there were a few papers that 3 people read it, and then we were like, it led to discussion, and then it was like, oh my gosh, I see what because those rubrics are super, super not a great descriptor word, but they are so thorough and have so much information that it really takes time to go through and be thoughtful. But again, the exciting part is we're reading what our kids are doing, and they're achieving.
Right. Because that's just a life skill that's going to take them far.
Yes. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce?
Not yet, folks. I told them they'd get out of here early, and we're almost there to your section. I owe you. Okay, winter benchmarks. Next slide, please. So ours is a little different. We don't have a program that breaks it down. It's teachers doing it by hand, which next year we're going to work on the interim assessments. I think the biggest thing is it didn't work with, our teachers couldn't pull the data out of the system, TOMS, which I was like, what is the TOMS? It's the Test Operation Management System. So we haven't been able to access that. And part of it is you have to set up groups and areas. And so we worked with the county, and we're getting those groups set up currently. So next year, we're hoping so that teachers don't have to add all this information by hand, and we can use the subgroups and areas. Because that's been the difficulty with our staff is we do these interim assessments, but we can't pull the data out. So it's not really beneficial for us. It's great we can get the results. So we're hoping next year when we do that hopefully you can see some, because then you can look at it at subgroups year after year as well. because you could pull it since it's in Aries. So next slide. So the English, and the thing is with ours, our second benchmark is our semester final. So which doesn't always, they're accumulative, so they don't always add up with our first one, which is, they're 8 weeks out. This is for the whole entire semester. So sometimes, as you can see, in the, as you read through, if you hit the links on there, that they don't know if it was test, they did better on the more current topics than they did the earlier ones in the beginning of the year. And ELs, however, scored better, and part of the questioning was, is it because of, we do have a bilingual aide at the high school, and we took out and we have our ELD teacher, English teacher, so that has been very supportive for the high school. Math, and same thing, cumulative semester final. However, I think the growth, and as you probably read in there, was because they took 2 weeks pretty much to review everything, and they believe that's probably why students did better on the semester. And if they didn't spend that 2 weeks, they probably would, like the other groups, you found that the stuff that they did earlier in the semester probably didn't score as well. Science, there's not, as you can tell, there's not ELs that are in physical science or AP, so that's why there's no score there. And science, they were wondering, was it semester test fatigue? That's why maybe, and the same thing, they did better. They noticed when they broke down the test that the earlier they've struggled with, and the more recent items they did better on. And social studies, it was, very similar data, except the ELD in the ELs in econ, and I don't know if that was seniors. They had a lot of support. I think that was part of the thing. When they're on the test, they do better because there's a lot more support for their assessments than in their day-to-day work that they do in class. They have everything is read to them, or it's in their native language, as well as they're getting support throughout it. So, any questions on so hopefully that's like our goal next year, like I said, is to get the interim test, get our teachers up to, we have all the subgroups for currently, I think they're already made in areas, and then just get our teachers to go in there with a login into the CAF system so they can do the interim assessments. And the great thing is what we're trying to do is the students that aren't being tested, we're going to give them a different one so that we can track those to see if they improved their CAS scores later on when they do the actual full assessment. So that's kind of one of our goals, and at the WASH report, I don't know if you've seen that, but that's one of the things that they want to see as well, is benchmarks tied into where the data, more data they can pull out of it. So that's one of our goals next year.
So you're saying the CAS scoring is going to go into that portal to pull it out, so you can present it? That's the goal. I haven't seen it yet, but that's the goal, is we can use that data to then, we'll be able to show you more, and we'll be able to pull out more of the subgroups as well. And it'll be connected with Aries, so the teachers don't have to do it hand. So what does that look like? Do other school districts use that?
Could
I search it?
There's some do,
like?
yeah.
Yeah, what district could I look at?
And some don't like, it's the CAS testing, some of it they
yeah.
don't like. I was at a discussion in Sacramento, and we had a CASP, person there that does the test, and then we had another administrator from, I think it was Beverly Hills, and they had a nice disagreement. And I think part of the thing is it's the motivation of students. We try, we give grade bumps. We were already getting, our cafeteria is going to be getting some food. We got some snacks to keep them motivated. No phone until everything is done. But the thing is that there's not a direct correlation to their grade. And a lot of other states use ACT or SAT scores for their testing, which has an impact to college entrance. So I don't know. That's a philosophy of
No skin in it.
yeah.
But for the interim assessments, they're not publicly available from other districts. It's not something you could go search or
Right.
find.
Well, I just figured
information.
like a presentation, like if you were at this training, what you're talking about, they talked about it, like an old, I don't have current data, like an old report, what that looks like.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah,
It's very similar to the CAS.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that really what they are is a lot of them are old questions that they pull out,
Yeah, when they discontinue after so many uses.
which
So.
could benefit as well. They're taking an actual test, similar questions. So it's test prep they're getting basically.
Well, it might be better that we're gonna postpone our group meeting, because one of the things I keep trying to focus on is that we don't ask you guys for data that's not useful, or, so maybe by the time we do meet, you'll know what you can get out and what's useful to you, so that we're not asking you. And one of the things I wrote down, Laura, because, I've been dealing with everybody saying how terrible our district does because of our CASP scores, or our whatever you want to call them, Cassie, all these things. But to me, what I want to know is how our kids are doing in that year. And so those improvement bands, that's important to me. Not what they did on one day with one test question that somebody makes that isn't an educator. That we look at things like that. So hopefully we can get samples of this so you guys know what's useful, so that, again, we're not asking you to do something.
Well,
It's
and
not
it's not more
useful.
work for teachers as well,
Right.
because if they're hand scoring everything, it does take time.
Yeah.
And the other piece, we're working with MCOE to, I was just talking to them earlier today about getting training in county for Aries Analytics, so that we can set all that stuff up, so that the teachers literally, we can get this out of the interim assessments into Aries Analytics. They can run reports, and they can see it by all sorts of different ways, by kids who haven't shown up as frequently through the year, or a lot of different ways to group the students that way. So,
And the growth band hopefully does that, because
Right.
that is super helpful.
yeah.
Yeah, because you're just comparing like, okay, where were you last year? I mean, it was like
Mhm.
middle school, and everyone was kind of similar, but then there was some that was lower, but there was still growth. They didn't show that. Thought that band.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to,
I was going to make the suggestion.
can we move straight to 8.7 and go straight into your campus
They would
highlights?
probably appreciate
Is that
it,
okay,
and then
everybody?
not give me more looks over there.
You guys have been very patient. Thank you very much.
Representing for preschool.
So
We
bef-
do have an opening for a school board rep, if you would like.
love it.
Not till next year, not till, yes.
So before when you find the slide, we can bring them up. So I have some anchors I didn't put on the slide, but you guys, why don't you come on up here? So it's not on the slide, but it's we can have them with live bodies here. So these are our spring highlights, and I just wanted to bring some students because they're doing some great work in Anchor Academy. So I will let them introduce themselves and show off some of the items they're making.
Thank you again for coming. It's great.
Hi, I'm Ruth. This is Hannah and Emily, and we're from our Anchor program here at the high school. I don't know if they've really said anything much about Anchor, but I'm just gonna kind of brief it out really quick. It's pretty much a program where you get more one-on-one help in classes. The classes are smaller; they're more like 10 to 15 students, and they do English, math, and history. And we pretty much just get more one-on-one help. And on Mondays, 1st through 3rd period, we go to the Humane Society Middle School, Redwood. I don't know about Dana Gray, but we might go to Dana Gray. And then the food bank to help volunteer. And then also on Mondays, we do make things. So we have these Spectrum shirts. I don't know if you've seen anyone with them on, but a bunch of people from the school had bought them. And then we also make keychains. We have leather ones, and we can print anything really we want on them. And there's this one from the Surf Shack that we made. We can also make photo frames, kind of like this. And then Mr. Brown had just made these. I'm not sure what this one's for, but he made them for the softball teams to put the game ball on for the younger schools. And then we also have this box that I put everything in. But Mr. Brown had made this. It just says Fort Bragg High School. And then
Those were made for our WASC. We gave them a box with some local goodies.
And then we also have this stool. I think Mr. Brown made this, or maybe Josh, I'm not sure. But it's just a stool that they had made. Because we have lasers, so they put the laser engraved it. And
That was perfect.
I don't know.
You need to ask them for questions.
Do you guys have any questions?
I just want to shout out to you because I think that the best, when you're getting educated and doing activities, the best you can do is a volunteer or get a job. I think those lessons will take you really far in life because your parents don't know anything. But once you hear from another adult, other than your teacher as well, it really broadens your horizon, and I really excited for you guys to continue that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
How do we get a t-shirt?
Yeah, how do we get a t-shirt?
Wait, what?
How do we get a t-shirt?
Oh.
Yeah, so all your swag there, is that you sell it?
So
Is
Yeah,
it-
we
we
have
make,
a
we make custom,
website.
like what's up?
I can have,
I think there's a link on our webpage.
yeah.
There's a link on there that
There's-
has, and you can purchase things, and there's a drop off in the front office, so you can drop off money and their items are in the front, so.
Great.
And I can have Triplet send you guys the link or something.
Yeah.
But there's like a bunch of different stuff you can buy, and you can like personalize what you want on everything.
That's great.
Note to self, though, they do put it on sometimes on Instagram, and if you do it for a gift, sometimes they see it before you give it to them. I found that one out.
Surprise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have this for you. It was a gift from.
Oh, thank you. Look at that. Very nice. What does it say at the bottom? Established.
Was it made by Anchor Academy, Fort Bragg High School?
And then, but under in the front it says
Oh, established 1907.
established. Great.
Awesome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you again. Enjoy the sun. Beautiful night.
Thank you for letting them come in first. I won't, I could feel it.
Yes.
All right, some highlights. We've had a lot this, so Upper Bound had lots of trips. So they went to Merced, I think they went to Stanislaus and Fresno, I think they went. I think it was Fresno, wasn't there? You're trying to guess? Yeah. I didn't see that much red on there though. So Student of the Month, you guys probably only saw one when you looked in there. We had one today, I just uploaded it and took a picture today. But it's kind of neat. We get them in the library. We went through different things. We brought it up. We've had it where their teacher, and it's kind of nice that we make a couple cookies or something. I think Jen made some snacks for them today, and they get up. We read it, and they get up and a little clap from their friends and take a little picture. So we're trying to do some more things that don't embarrass them too much, but a little bit. And I don't know. Yeah, we'll see if it works. I wasn't sure, so we'll see if this works.
You probably have the sound turned way down.
Put your microphone near your computer speaker.
It's not, it's coming out of this screen, so.
I can hear it a little bit.
They sound great.
What's it? So you probably can't hear it. It's okay.
A little bit.
You got it in
A
your.
little bit over there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say.
Sorry.
No worries.
Coming out of the auxiliary.
That's all right. You
screen
can.
sitting
I
here.
just wanted to show a little bit, and you have it in there. But there was 5 schools. This is we haven't participated in this in quite a few years, and so I think someone from Kelseyville got Mr. Waletzko, and a group of them came. And the interesting thing is, our band is the largest, I think, in the county, even larger than Ukiah's. I mean, it's fun when they go in there. It's just practicing. It's pretty loud in that room.
Where is this?
So this was in Kelseyville. So I believe it was, there were 5 schools. I think it was 3 of them were Lake County, and I think it was, and I'm not sure who the other one. It was us, and I think, I don't know if it was Willits or I'm not sure, but we had middle school as well as high school, and this was the high school group. So they had 8, I think, hours of practice, and then they had basically a concert right after. So this was the high school concert, so it's pretty neat. So they were excited. They got to stay over there for 2 days, I think, and the great thing is, I think even Mr. Lesko was, because these are college professors that came, and they're like, I learned a lot just myself watching them, so it was great. So you can stop.
Oh, now we got sound.
That's right.
Not ice cream. High tea.
Now it doesn't want to stop. I love it.
That's on stage.
That's all.
Wait a
Okay,
minute. I know it's not playing anymore.
perfect. All right, next slide. It's wanting to.
No.
Maybe escape her.
I didn't even know it was a video when I looked at it. I thought it was just a picture.
Okay.
So I didn't get a couple of the bingos, but here's some intramurals. Mr. Bell, he does an intramural program at lunchtime. Soccer, it was a big one. That was on the right. That was our champions there on the top right. We have badminton, volleyball. I think we started on volleyball. Little cornhole, I think, is going to be coming in the spring, so that's why there's no pictures. And bingo, I didn't get a picture. I think I was gone that day, or the days. But we do a bingo, and it gets pretty lively in the library. Sports, as you can see, if you went yesterday, we have 100-something track. So I think it took a while for the track meet. But, we got a lot of spring sports.
And there's golf.
And there's golf, and I didn't have a golf one. I tried to get the golf picture, but for whatever reason,
Spectator sport,
It's hard to
apparently.
get.
well, the picture we had a picture, but it wouldn't let me download because it was one of our former students who was taking all these pictures, and I didn't have access to that one. But there was golf, yes. Spring Carnival was a good time, so that was them walking in, all of Redwood coming through. They went around the corner with our fire department, and I was trying to get the pictures that didn't have any kids' faces in there, so most of mine did.
In the front row.
That was some of our students. They were,
They make little themes. Like I saw,
I don't know if they were lambs or, I'm not sure, but they
I
were
forget what I saw. I saw
Some
one
white
there.
and-
yeah,
Yeah.
sheep,
Sheep.
sheep, yeah.
Sheep, they were sheep, yeah.
I think Hannah was one of them. The one was here. She was in the middle there. That was her.
And a pink pig.
So we had some ag activities. They just got back from a leadership conference in Sacramento. So there was some middle school and high school. And I think all the pictures I had with the ag day had kids in there. So. Next slide. Was that it?
Yeah, that's your last slide.
Okay. Yep, a lot of fun things that we've had, and a lot more to come. Now that I just gave all our 45-day letter, so graduation that was Tuesday, so I think it's 43 now. I think days of school left, which a lot happens in a short amount of time.
Yeah, my kid's acting like it's 4 days, not 43.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce.
Okay, so we'll go back to 8.5 preschool program update.
Okay. So, I don't know that we'll go through this entire presentation because it is pretty in-depth, but I'll give you some background. The reason the preschool team wanted to make sure that you saw this presentation, this was actually something they presented back in August for the county, an inclusion conference that they did. And so to kind of give you an idea, our program is being considered basically a model program regionally. So we've had Lake County come and visit, we've had Mendocino County schools come visit. We now actually have had a request from San Diego County Office of Ed to come visit and actually do provide some actual feedback about the implementation and some of those pieces within the inclusion framework. So we're pretty excited about, just some of the really awesome things that are going. The board supporting the construction and the community supporting the construction of the new preschool has really contributed to that because that space is just amazing. There's some really great pictures within this. Again, this is like 34 slides, so we're not gonna go slide to slide through, but there are some really great pictures of the space so you can kind of get a feel for what that looks like. So our team is doing an amazing job there. We're really excited about the foundations that are laid for our students there and being able to continue that as we move through into the Redwood grades we've expanded this inclusion model and carrying this forward to our TK classrooms and moving to kindergarten next year as well. And so we really appreciate all the hard work that they've been doing there. Trying to see, I think, if we look at, can get a idea on slide 12. Renee, sorry, I don't know if you've got the slide numbers. There we go. This gives you an idea just visually of their schedule throughout the day. So if you ever wonder what they're doing in preschool, notice that a lot of it says recess, play, all those things, because 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, that's really how they process the world, and that is how they learn. So if you ever go in there, it's just amazing to see kind of the different groupings that students have and how they interact with each other and the materials that are around them as well. So you notice, sorry, back on that one as well. So we have our 3-hour AM PM inclusion, and then generally our students with additional support needs. So these are students who may attend one of the other programs, and then within the second program they get some additional time. So these are some of our students who just need a little bit more time interacting and connecting to make sure they can work on their goals and move forward. So these schedules sort of mesh within each other, but it's for a student, they might be doing this in the morning and then connect and do a full program in the afternoon as well. So it's a long day for some of those kiddos. They're there for 5 hours, but it's also necessary to give them a really solid start as they're moving forward. So you can see our student population. We're currently serving a total of 35 students. Our morning program is always more popular than our afternoon program, and that's been the case in every preschool I've ever seen. I'm not sure if it's just because those work better for families or what it is, but it's always the morning that's more popular for some reason. Which means if you're listening out there, you might put your student in the afternoon program to get more individualized attention. Just putting in that plug. Okay. There's a lot of information about the instructional practices. Again, we won't go through all of those pieces, but there's videos, they've done a really great job in giving anyone who gets a chance to see this the idea of what the inclusion program looks like and how that's implemented within our system. So we're super proud of the work they've done there.
So, sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm looking at the peer-mediated instruction. I'm curious how 3-year-olds instruct each other. Like, that's pretty fascinating to me.
It is. So if you go in, some of that instruction will look like the students who are more socially adept will say, they have some different cues and things like that where they would say, well, no, we're going to ask for that, or that sort of thing. And it's really cute when you see it happen when you walk in.
So there's a little video on that slide.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. There's.
I'll have to check it out.
Like I say, there are so many really cool pieces. They really were thoughtful in putting this together. So I really appreciate the time they put into it. But again, tonight we would be here this was a hour and a half presentation, I think we did at the conference there. And then as you get towards the end, you can see some of the different classroom spaces that they used, and then some of the future planning that they're going through. They're continuing to develop this program out, continuing attending the professional development, but I think, again, that's just the continuous improvement process. They've really got this dialed in, and it is a regionally a model program. So
it's so great to see phase 1 being used so
right.
well.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
People are coming to visit.
Yes, it's
So these pictures are that's phase 1.
Yep.
That's great. So I was noticing one question I have.
Yes.
Comment. It looks like they started the inclusion process in 2020.
They did. That's and I know it's a bit challenging, but they also, the 3-year-olds don't learn on computers, so it's not necessarily that. So some of those services could continue at that point, though they were a much more pared down, all the regulations. But again, preschool students we've always been good as a district to support the space for them, so they've always had that space to kind of do some of the social distancing when that was a thing, and some of those pieces. But yeah, preschool programs I'm glad to say, were one of the last impacted, just because there just wasn't a whole lot of way to serve, especially a student who has exceptional needs in an online format, So they tried to bring small groups together a little bit more often and have more of that. So.
All right. Any other questions? Well, thanks for sharing this. It was great. 8.6 SARB School Attendance Review Board Update.
Okay, so you can see in the supporting documents, we've got our board report. It's really just shows you that we've been working with, I think it was a total of 9 families this year. Basically what our process is, we bring our families in, we have social services that are available. We meet to make sure that they're getting the supports they need to get to school on time and stay at school throughout the day. And we're seeing some good successes with these students. We're seeing really that we're not having to go to a higher level of intervention because even that is still being built kind of at the county level. They are putting together a county level SARB, but we're trying to mitigate the fact of if a family is having a hard time getting to Fort Bragg schools, I'm not sure how we're going to get them to Ukiah for a intervention and SARB support there. So that's the question I've asked is, how do we set that up here? Do we need to set this room up so that students could attend here remotely and families could be a part of that, because often it's transportation issues or some of those things that get in the way of the student success there. So overall, we are looking for a new location for our SARB. We have been holding the meetings at the police department. It's kind of been a little disruptive to the police operations there. I mean, they've been very gracious in hosting us, but we want to honor that request and maybe look at a couple of different places. Though we think there's a lot of power, and there's even some ed code that suggests that it should not be on a school site during the school day. So we're looking at maybe some other places within the city. Talk to CV Star, but it seems like the only space they have available is pretty public, so we don't want it to seem like we're shaming anyone. That's kind of. So I've also had Carolyn's going to reach out and ask about maybe town hall if that's an option, or but what we can do around that, because
How many people?
Yeah, how big of a space?
The board itself is usually about 7 people, and then families. Sometimes it's just the one parent student, all the way up to maybe 4 or 5 if they bring everybody in the family.
So it's got to be quite intimidating to show up with a board of 7 people.
It can be, yeah. And that's why, part of it, when they're just sitting around the table, it's really a conversation. And they really try to sit next to the parent and make sure that they don't feel talked down to. And it's more reciprocal conversation, because it really is problem solving more than it is. It's not to shame and blame. That's not going to fix any issues there.
So I don't recall seeing, when we've been informed, but is that about what it goes? And I was surprised on the.
I think it's actually taken us
the gender disparity for sure.
I totally am shocked. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting that it is the majority female. I found that very interesting as well. And I think it's because, well, I won't even make a conjecture as to why that is, but it is an interesting noticing. But I've also noticed that pattern with disparities. But I really want to take a look into our attendance data now, as I was noticing, kind of getting prepared for this, to see is there a huge disparity by gender in actual,
other absences.
like our chronic absenteeism and that sort of thing, because I haven't dialed
Me
in.
too.
So,
Yeah.
it's starting to.
As a boy,
Yeah.
mom, I could.
And especially
give
when you
some-
see the concentration of the
and
the age of the
age,
students
yeah.
there, it's interesting when we start looking at the data this way, some of the patterns that come out. So, and then also some of the conversations that happen, because when you're looking at some of the grade levels, what control is in the student's power versus what's maybe sometimes a family barrier that's there as well. So.
Will the attendance person we're looking at have any part in any pre-SAR?
Absolutely, yeah. There'll be a level of referral and intervention before we would ever get to SAR.
So that could help.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that would be, the intent is that this number, while still low, would go down, because all our other interventions are working and SARB just is not necessary at that point, because it's really that last resort before we have to get to some really unpleasant things that are not beneficial to really anybody in the situation.
And what qualifies one for SARB?
So there's many different ways you can actually qualify for SARB as a result of behavior. That's not the most common way. Most of the time it's that you have to have had, you basically have 3 levels of SARB letters that go out. So one happens at 3 attendance incidents, so to speak, that are unexcused. One happens at 5 and then at 9. So basically when you get to 9, you're eligible for SARB, though we tend to, it becomes probably even double that. It's when they kind of get into that chronic absenteeism that we really start to look at it and say, there's got to be some level of intervention. Most of that happens at the school site with meetings with the principal and the counselor and that sort of thing, but then it moves to SARB when those aren't successful.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to item 8, superintendent report.
Okay. Sorry you get to listen to me talk so much. Here we go. So we are deep into our LCAP planning. So Renee, next slide please. So if you want to, we're not going to go into depth on the first 2 links here, but we have our staff survey and our parent community survey, some summaries of those. But I do have a summary of all of our feedback that we've received. This is through surveys. This is minus our student survey, which is still open this week because we didn't get high school responses. So I wanted to make sure we have that. I was checking in on it today. It looks like we got plenty of high school responses, so we'll have that information for you. But I didn't want to have it so skewed. I started looking at results and I said, this is nothing like last year's results, so they're kind of apples to oranges until we get some of that feedback in. But you can see some of our common themes that we have. Of course, safe and supportive school environment is a top thing for our parents, and as we talk to students and throughout, safety is always that base level that we're looking at, and we've been working actively to support that. Academic achievement and support. You can see some of the feedback around just making sure that we're increasing our supports, making sure we have literacy interventions.
Real quick question, sorry.
Yes.
On the emphasis on restorative practices and equity training, are you saying that it is currently that is the emphasis, or we are moving towards that as the emphasis?
This is the feedback that this is where we should be moving as
This is where we're
toward-
going to.
Yes, context. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for the clarifying question.
Yeah.
Again, in academic achievement, just making sure that we have, that we're implementing that curricula with fidelity and really helping students grow and move in that direction. I think you see some of that evidence, and we're really getting refined. I'm really excited at some of the reporting that we saw from middle school tonight to see kind of how we can start to really dial in and look at student groups and make sure that we're seeing that growth as we would expect. College and career readiness, we know this has been a huge piece within our district. Again, a lot of people look at us and say, for a small district, you're doing a lot of amazing things. You'll hear about that in a second with the WASC report as well. But there's definitely still some interest in developing the digital portfolios. We got to work on that piece. So I want to work out a plan where we can maybe get caught up on our past piece and get that structure in place. And I've been leaning on Ari about trying to get that piece in. That'll be a summer project that we have this year. And then, of course, this was a suggestion about strengthening our bilingual liaisons. What I really love is the fact that our family liaisons we're bringing 2 more on that will start on Monday. So we will have the full complement of 5 that we wrote in for the community schools grant, and we can really start seeing the impact that they'll have with that expanded cadre of folks to support. We know chronic absenteeism is a concern, and we want to see about having some emphasis on paid internships. So there is some feedback from our Alted site. They've been working on trying to get some grants that will, from EDD, that will help make sure that our students get paid for some of those internship opportunities, because we really think they'll have to show up to school in order to get paid. So it'll make that link between the school and getting some money that way when they go out for their internships. And then just seeing the students have consistently requested greater involvement in extracurricular, improved incentives for attendance. I've heard that pretty consistently, but that target's always a moving target, because what's an incentive this year is not always going to be an incentive by the time we implement it next year, as far as if it's anything stuff oriented, usually has to be privileges, and that works pretty well with the younger grades. Finding those privileges that are reinforcing at the higher grades is sometimes a little challenging. Then personal well-being, happiness, life skills were also emphasized there. And then finally, student voice and empowerment. So really, that's been a focus for us. We really want to make sure that students' voices are heard as they're going through these processes. When I talk to other superintendents, I don't know that they're doing quite as much around that piece, so I'm really excited our students have a lot to say, and they're very honest when they do say it. So I really appreciate the connections that we have there. And then you can see some of the suggestions that came that are based off of some of those things. We'll implement some of those into our LCAP. Some are already there, and we'll just extend the reach of that.
So when there's a comment that just says improve school facilities, is there more detail that you have that talks about that, or?
Unfortunately, those were like the comments we got like in our survey feedback and whatnot. So I wanted to acknowledge that was there, but it's just that general like.
There's no, it's like.
No, it's not like, oh.
Fix the toilet and then.
Right. It's just improve the facilities.
Okay.
Okay, well, we need to drill into that a little bit more, but there's no way, unfortunately, on a survey to figure out where that came from, so. All right. So again, if you have a chance, the staff and parent surveys will be interesting. We'll have the feedback for the student surveys as well in next month's agenda. So we'll have that, and I'll get that to you ahead of time too as we process that. Probably try to get that done this weekend, because we'll close that out tomorrow. Next steps in our LCAP process here. We've got our board ADCO meeting that we're trying to get scheduled for sometime in May, so we have some data review and goal setting. I've laid out the expectations for our administrators. A lot of it's data that you've already seen, but I want to kind of get it into one place so it's kind of a quick reference, and then we can talk about like what are the implications of that and what's already happening versus what are some of the goals that the board would like to see in place. At our next meeting on May 8th, I'll have a draft of updated goals and actions, get some feedback from you if there are some pieces, and talk about if we need to have additional time together to discuss any of that. We will have our May revision of the state budget, which is ancillary to the LCAP, but still is there to make sure that we can fund some of those goals and services that we're looking at. Public hearing for the LCAP and the 25-26 budget presentation will be June 12th, and then approval of the LCAP and budget will be on June 17th. Any questions on the LCAP process? Okay. I wanted to put in, as we're talking budget and some of these pieces, that as we look at our health insurance rates and our projections for 25-26, we're projected to have quite the increase in the contribution from both the district and by proportionately our employees as well for health insurance next year. Basically, one more slide after that.
Okay. Not this one?
No, one more. You can see the monthly contribution for each employee has gone from the current rate of $13.67 to, if we had stayed with Lucent, our current provider would have gone to $17.37. Looking at Blue Shield, it's $16.65 per employee. So there was some folks looked at this and said, oh, there's a 21% savings. There's a 21% savings over the $17.37, not a 21% savings over where we currently are.
Mm-hmm.
There was a misunderstanding out there about that, so just trying to clear that up as well. And then you can see Anthem would have been just a little bit more than that. So Jamie's attending a meeting tomorrow where they'll talk a little bit more in detail, and this is sort of worst case scenario as far as what the rate would be, but we have to use that kind of in budgeting until we know differently. So as we look at that, what that means for FESD, so the next slide we have that would be an increase and our contributions of about $4,000 per employee that falls into each one of those classes, so about 4,200. And so with the employee count of 255, that takes our increased costs to $1 million, just under $1.1 million. And we're really upset with Staywell that the timing of this, that we're not hearing about this until now. And so that's one of the biggest issues that we're walking forward with.
$1 million amongst friends. You know?
Yeah. It's upsetting that we have no budgeting tools available in April that are, because most of our costs come in employees. There's no way that we can come back to this. So we're talking about that with them as well. They've got to change their timeline and make sure that we have that information sooner, because it's just untenable for us to.
Especially when we've had the last 3 years, like everything's good, no increase, $2, blah, 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 $3 it went down. And
Yeah.
what happened? So did something happen?
The way they explained it this last year, so kind of what has happened is during the COVID years, people haven't really been doing their preventative care, and that has caught up to the healthcare system now. So there has been a large increase in now the aftercare of not having taken care of yourself during COVID, right? So there's been a large amount of claims that have happened in the last couple of years, and it really hit the JPA this year, and that compounded by the fact that there hasn't been any rate increases the last couple of years has really impacted the JPA. So overall, now with the proposed rates, it's about a 33% increase.
Yeah, it's large.
It would have been nice if they would have done 10, 10, 10.
Yes.
So tomorrow, what are they deciding tomorrow?
Tomorrow is
The actual rates?
the rates, yes. So the previous slide that Joe touched on is they did an actuarial study, and that is the results of the actuarial is where they are proposing that the rates be. The agenda for tomorrow, they came in slightly lower, but it's still in that $1,600 ballpark. So that 1 million might go down a little bit, but it's still going to be a significant impact. The goal, I think, for tomorrow's meeting is to vote and approve rates. So I should be able to have a better update for you at the next meeting.
And there are no other alternatives being presented tomorrow? Just either vote for this or don't vote for this?
It will probably be discussed, and then if there isn't consensus or there needs to be more time to discuss, then they'll push it to the May meeting.
But I don't know about like alternate proposals or anything
Right.
like that. I don't think there's probably time for that before the July 1st start of the.
Well, I just didn't know if like, okay, if we wanted to be 0, we could increase it by $1 million, but maybe this is what it would look like if we increased it by 750. I'm just using our numbers as an example, but
Yeah.
this is a big,
Oh, and it'll be an impact for all of the districts in the JPA. So there was a lot of shocks at the last meeting.
and then we're all gonna have to change all of our insurance. I mean, that's not a huge deal come July 1st. So for everyone out there who's insurance.
Yeah.
I feel like we just did it.
But we're not, the level of coverage is not changing.
No, no. So everybody's health insurance will remain the same. And one of the benefits that they proposed when we switched to the Blue Shield is at the time, the Lucent provider had some great options, and there was some administrative things happening at Blue Shield, which is why the JPA decided to move to Lucent. And at the time, that was the better option. And then there was all of these add-on services that was happening. And now they're finding that that isn't a benefit to the whole ORA's employees who utilize the services. And Blue Shield has come back to the table and said, we really want you back. And I guess that they have been working really, really hard to change their administrative processes and provide services to those that they cover so that it can be a better service. So, and the rates did come in slightly lower than if we would have stayed with our current Lucent health insurance.
Well, Lucent hasn't really been that stellar either.
Yeah, they've been receiving a lot of complaints.
So when we were at the budget meeting, there was a number of like, we were gonna be in the whole 600,000 if these rates went into
So next
effect.
slide, yeah.
Oh, sorry, am I jumping
No
the
worries,
gun?
jump
Sorry.
ahead.
There we go, there it is.
Yeah, so at the it was probably at the beginning of the year, first interim, we talked about how our budget needed to have a $580,000 overall reduction. I was happy to report at second interim that we found that plus a little bit more. But then shortly after that, we had the Staywell meeting. So we do have a small reserve because Wendy was knew that there probably needed to be rate insurance increases. So she did set aside a small reserve to help offset that a little bit. But the overall impact of the budget right now that we're looking at is about $619,000 deficit.
Any thoughts on how to deal with that at this point? I know this is all new information. So.
Yeah.
Isn't that right there? Things on the end?
Well, that's where we, the chart on to the right is where we currently found our savings.
Right.
I am going through the budget with a fine-tooth comb right now to see what we can do and crunching some numbers. And as Joe had mentioned earlier, we're looking at our enrollment and our ADA and seeing where we're landing with some things. So I'm hoping I can give you a better update in May as to what the overall impact is going to look like for our 25-26 budget.
And full disclosure, I made a comment about raising the employee percentage from 20% to something, and I got a lot of blank, scary stares.
At this meeting?
At the budget meeting, yeah. And the costs are just going to keep going up, so.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on from that news, we had, as Bruce was mentioning, the WASC visit for FBHS happened a couple weeks before break. Some of the positives that we saw come out of the report, and I'll send you the full report. I just didn't get a chance to get a better summary than this for you, but some of the positives that came were college and career programs are highly effective, school and climate culture are highly effective. Some areas of growth are ensuring that we've got some bell-to-bell teaching going on, that cell phones are interfering with learning, which the caveat to that is we do have a plan in place moving forward with next year, similar to what we've done with the middle school this year, and we've gotten some funding from MCOE to help that, and then community schools will help fill in some of those gaps there. Though we did find a pouch that's about less than half the price of the Yonder pouch, so it's encouraging to be able to do some of that. It also allows students to have like emergency access to their phones, which was a big concern that we have, like they could put one finger in there and make an emergency call if they had to. So like I said, we knew that was one piece of feedback that we had gotten, so.
Still figure out how to do more.
I'm certain that they will, but it's going to be really awkward for them to do so. So it will slow them down. So nothing is going to be a perfect thing. But
What's bell-to-bell teaching?
it just means that teaching is occurring, that there is no transition time or anything. Like it's literally
There's nobody
from the
packing
moment they
up
walk in the
before.
room until the time students leave the room that they're engaged in instruction. And increasing student engagement, which is always a goal. Noyo High School will have their WASC mid-cycle visit, will be on April 23rd. It's a pretty low-key kind of thing. It's usually just one person coming out and doing an evaluation that they're on track to meet their goals, which they are. So.
Did the high school get the official?
They have
review
not yet. So WASC has to review that, and then we'll get the letter that has the official recommendation. I'm fairly certain they'll get the 6-year accreditation. Just looking over the report, I don't see anything that is insurmountable as far as that's concerned. So.
And what is WASC?
Oh, thank you for asking. So WASC is the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, and so they're an accrediting organization that accredits our high school programs, that they're meeting the same standards across the Western Association. though we say Western Association, it really is California and then Hawaii are the only states involved that are U.S. states, and then all sorts of outlying territories that include like American Samoa and all the Pacific Islands, Guam, places that are the school systems are just very different. So it's pretty much a California Hawaii kind of thing on the American traditional American educational model that are judged there.
And accreditation is required to run a school?
It is not required, it is a desirable thing, but when you're accredited, then it gives you credence that your A through G are meeting the requirements that are needed for admission. There are some colleges, private colleges, that say if you're not accredited, then we don't accept the credits from the high school. So it creates some real issues for our students to have some mobility in their post-secondary education. So. Okay. We also did have our school libraries update. So you can see at each of our sites, we kind of got it laid out that the progress that we've made from 2021 till now, so over the last 4 years, as the board has invested through LCAP funds and through our Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials grant, we laid out some funds there as well. So we've gone from an average age at Redwood from 23 years old to 18 years old. So that's a significant drop there. Our copyright date for 9 out of 10 titles in nonfiction sections went down. So that's hugely important because nonfiction is that constantly changing. There's still some classic fiction books that we enjoyed reading to our kids that'll kind of be things that kids are drawn to forever, but nonfiction changes a lot. And we've replaced, you can see 330 old nonfiction books. I'm really excited that we've got 294 Spanish language or dual language books that were added during that time period as well. And we've got some more money that's specifically set aside through that will continue to fund that. Dana Gray, you can see also that average age drop from 23 years to 16 years, so even more moving in the right direction that way. Our copyright dates for nonfiction went down. See how many nonfiction titles were added, almost 1,500, so that's huge. Our kids having access to nonfiction, that's a really important piece of literacy development, particularly at those grade levels. Culturally diverse titles went from 39% to 43% of the library collection, so it was in a good situation and went to better. And again, we added 339 graphic novels. On the middle school, we went from 23 to 16 years old.
The nonfiction number is not correct.
Okay, I was going to say, I thought that's the same exact number that we just said. So,
graphic novels oddly is the same, but the nonfiction number is not correct.
Yeah. So, but we've done a lot of work there. We're seeing a lot of growth and seeing that cultural diversity going up as well. Fort Bragg High School, we went from 32 years old to 28 years old, but keeping in mind that we have a lot of reference that's there that just sits in an older place and has some of those pieces that are a little harder to let go of within the collections there, just because of the significance, and certain parts of history don't change. We just add to them and tell more of the story. Our copyright date, 10 out of
parts of the
oh, okay. So some of the nonfiction went down. We did have our nonfiction titles weeded extensively to kind of get rid of some of the ones that were just, if you have a book about a country that's no longer that country, or it has, some of those pieces, they did come out. And then our library furnishings were purchased and updated, as you know, if you've been in the library recently. So we're proud of the work that our library assistants are doing in the libraries, and our students are getting access to better things. Moving on, facilities, our tree planting project is that you approved last month is set for Saturday from 9:30 to 11:30 at Redwood. We are working currently with Fort Bragg Plumbing to fix, there's sewer issue that's been kind of persistent. We've got some clay lines out there that have collapsed. And so we keep punching a hole through whatever's there, and then it just another section. So we're going to try to replace the remaining section. Part of that has been replaced in the past. It's not as expensive as it sounds, I promise. Talked with Barry. So no, it's just finding the time that we can shut the campus down. So it'll probably be, we're gonna limp along until summer and then make it happen unless there's another big issue, then we will just figure it out. So, and then our family liaison office space has been expanded. So we added 2 more offices on, thanks to the generosity of MCOE for allowing us to access those spaces. So they're still, excuse me, here I'm pointing, they're still over here in our, in the same area as our current family liaison offices. They're just the 2 offices that sit behind their office there. So we're excited that, again, on Monday we'll have that space ready for them. Looking at professional development, I know I've talked a little bit about this, that we're working to solidify our plans this summer, but right now we have confirmation about restorative practices, multilingual learner support, some math strategies, and then the use of AI in the classroom. So really looking forward to some of those things coming forward and our teachers being able to participate. This is being funded through the community schools grant, so it is separate funding that was dedicated for this purpose. Not something that we could say, oh no, we're not going to do that and shift that funding somewhere else, unfortunately. But they're important things that we're covering, and they're all things that are reflected in areas of concern outlined in LCAP and our dashboard and some of those pieces there. Looking at expanded learning, we are looking at our funding being very flat for next year. We've been operating with surplus from previous years that have supplemented our funding, so we've been able to really help build out that program. Unfortunately, that funding has been expended and is no longer available. So we're really looking at a significantly lower budget than in the last 2 years. So we're really working with Blockworks. So we appreciate Jeff taking a look at that and seeing what we can do to find solutions around that and help move forward with that program. In school safety, our staff at school sites have been or will soon be trained in or participating in the active shooter training. Oh, it just got quiet. Is that shut? Provided by the Fort Bragg Police Department. The exit surveys from those, our folks are finding that to be very reassuring. They're really finding that it's helping them answer some questions, and they're all walking away with knowledge of things. It's not scary. I mean, the topic is scary, but the training itself is not. They feel confident to be able to go out and answer questions from students. These are some of the comments I heard sitting in the middle school presentation and afterwards. So I'm very encouraged. As a part of this, Captain O'Neill has made an offer to all of the staff who participate, get together with other staff, decide on a day that you would like for me to come out if you want me to come take a look at your classroom, provide any suggestions for how you could best respond very specifically within your environment there. And so I know some staff have taken him up on that and some plan to in the future as well. Let's see, Bruce and I met with Captain O'Neill and Chief Cervanka to clarify the role, the SRO role, and ensure that we're all on the same page. We reviewed some of what we've talked about previously. We actually went like offense by offense. So like if it's, a dress code thing for gang-related dress, how do we want to respond to that? And we literally went down. That's making its way into the standard operating procedures that they're going to have through the police department, so that that can filter out not only to the SROs but to anyone else who's responding to our campuses, so they understand what the agreements that we've had around some of those things, what really is. If you see that, then you refer that to the site administrator and they'll deal with that. So we're really hoping that that helps to clarify some pieces. I know that acting on that, I've already heard some reports of some traffic enforcement pieces that are happening to really provide some education to students. Again, we're not trying to criminalize them for doing things. We just want them to acknowledge and understand how to do things safely. So, an example I heard today was a student on a motorcycle who had a passenger on back, and so a stop and had, notified the parent, and the parent was like, oh, they're riding that to school. That's not supposed to be happening. So those kind of things, and, really trying to ensure that our students understand how to be safe on our campuses. And in that vein, our SRO has been back on campuses since March 24th. I've heard positive comments from our students, our staff. I've from parents about, just being satisfied with that return and feeling like it is improving our campus safety. Sorry, I got a lot this I realized. So on the next piece, we've made an application with the North Far North Regional Consortium to host the K-12 Pathway Coordinator position for the Mendocino College District. What this will do is, and this will come before you in May, so it's not a completely done thing, but I just wanted to give you some background before this comes to you. We currently have this position. It's hosted through MCOE, and MCOE's salary schedule is no longer allowing them to operate within the grant costs. So they put this back out. If we treat this like a certificated position, it will fit within our certificated salary schedule. And so I'm in talks with FBDTA to take a look at a job description for that and make sure that they're in agreement. Basically, this works almost like pass-through funding, but we do get some administrative costs out of that. That'll be about $5,000 per year. But the big piece that's a benefit for our students is we have somebody who is more closely connected with our CTE programs who can provide, hey, Fort Bragg, here's this awesome grant that's coming up, or some of those pieces that sometimes we're a little bit removed from because it just comes in with the barrage of emails rather than somebody who's on site and we can make some connections. I've already had a conversation with the existing person in this role around some possible grants that are coming out around CTE facilities funding, which is a huge need that we have out there to improve our student access and to update some of our facilities to get better electrical service and some of these other pieces that need to happen. So I see this being generally just a benefit for our district as far as space for this person to work. We've already been in talks with the Coast Center that they could actually host the person there, so we're not running into space issues with having another office or whatnot. So the person also travels quite a lot, so it's not even because they serve all of Mendocino County and then the Mendocino College District portion of Lake County as well. So pretty much the West Shore, North Shore area there. So, and again, I'll bring that before you next month, but I just wanted to give you some backgrounds before you saw that. And then finally, I wanted to end on a very positive note. Our school nutrition program had its administrative review. This is actually the third different administrative review for different things this year, but this is sort of the big one because it's about the whole program and how things work through. So the reviewer was on site at the middle school this week and actually on Monday. So coming right back off a break, and everybody did an amazing job. I read over the report. There were some very minor suggestions, but they were just merely suggestions. They weren't anything that required any sort of technical assistance as far as ongoing things or reports or any threats to our funding or anything like that. So our nutrition staff did a wonderful job, cleared the review, and so we really want to say congratulations, and I just want to keep emphasizing what an absolute gem that we have in Pilar and her team, but even at the state level, they're like, yeah, we send people, when they have questions, we say, call Pilar in Fort Bragg. So it's pretty amazing to have that in our district and have her as a resource and her just passion for it. If you've been in a room with Pilar and it comes up about feeding our kids, she exudes that passion around it. So. And that concludes my report.
I just wanted to ask about the ELOP funds and
yes.
Flockworks, and just, can you elaborate on that and next year and how concerned you are, or if you're concerned? Or
Well, we just had this conversation on Monday, so it's not something that Jeff and I have had a chance to really connect about because he had to go back and figure out some things. I mean, I'm concerned because it's a significant cut. I mean, I don't know at this point really what the next steps are, and again, I don't want to put Jeff on the spot in a public situation here, but we're definitely looking at what those options are and where we can go with things.
Okay.
We will continue to offer programs. We've talked with Flockworks. I said, it's not like we're just going to go, oh, we're done, but there'll be some, if that's not something they can do within their budget, then we'll figure out how to transition that and go out to market and put basically an RFP out to see who would respond at that point. So.
because I know we've been working with them very closely to take over, and it's been very exciting, and you've grown with the program, and now all of a sudden to kind of have
Yeah.
to
Yep.
take the reins in,
It's,
I feel bad.
it's kind of a gut punch, unfortunately.
Yeah, but hopefully we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we're committed to work collaboratively.
Well, I think I've heard great things about the partnership.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
absolutely wonderful, so.
Well, just when you were here last time, just the numbers, I mean, to have those numbers at middle school is, I mean, I know that when my kids were there, it was it was hard to get kids to stay. So anyway, I was just impressed with the numbers that we're keeping kids after school and doing something positive. Oh,
Okay.
there's the motorcycle.
Okay, so, anyone need to take a break? Let's just first ask that question. Is everyone okay? We're okay? Okay. Move on to item 9, approval of agenda consent items. Kathy, if you want to read them for us.
The warrants, the minutes, the personnel reports, contracts, employee conference workshop attendance request, the obsolete materials, Williams quarterly uniform complaint reporting for 24-25 Q3, and the board policy and administrative regulation 6178.1, work-based learning.
Okay, is there any item board members had a question on or wanted to pull for further discussion? No? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent items.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. Moving on to item 10.1, fiscal year 23-24 Measure B audit report.
So we have received our audit report from our external auditors, Christy White, and the report is attached for you. I am pleased to tell you that there are no findings for 23-24. So if there's any questions.
Audit reports with no findings are always very
Yeah.
boring.
Yes.
But
Boring
good.
reports.
Yes,
Awesome.
but good.
This is my favorite.
Yes.
Any other questions, comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I don't know if that goes anywhere, but that's not correct.
Oh, the order, yeah, there it's out of order.
Oh,
And we'll change it for the,
I don't know if that gets saved somewhere.
in the minutes, but it can
Okay.
be changed before the minutes.
okay.
Yeah, this is more for our use.
This is such a, so I'll move to approve the Measure B audit report.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Schneider,
Yes.
Trustee Statham,
Aye.
Trustee Oxty,
Yes.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
and Trustee Paoli.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, item 10.2, classified position job description modification for family liaison.
Okay, so we currently in our classified job description have the title as bilingual family liaison, and we're suggesting that we change that just to family liaison while still keeping bilingual as a requirement for the job. And the rationale behind this is that we have some of our English-only families who are seeing that thinking that this service is not there to support them, so we want to make sure that it's clear to everyone that this is to support all of our families, especially as we have now an increased number that will be able to serve. When I go out places and they hear that through this community schools grant that we're able to provide this level of support for students, they are absolutely amazed. There are districts that have 10, 15,000 students who only have 5 family liaisons throughout. So it's pretty impressive that we can do this, but I would also argue that there's a greater need here to get access to things, and hopefully as the community schools grant moves forward and we see that need diminish, then we can start to make those adjustments. But until that point, we have a lot that we need to support our students with. So.
Okay, any questions? Is there any, oh, I forgot to ask, is there any public comment?
No, there's no.
Okay,
public
sorry, I
comment.
didn't.
I can't speak and I'll be specific. Yeah, so. We can talk offline.
All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the renaming to family liaison.
Is there a second?
And I'll second?
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Paoli,
Yes.
Trustee Babcock,
Yes.
Trustee Oxty,
Yes.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
Trustee State?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, item 10.3, new classified position, attendance liaison.
Okay, and so similar to our family liaisons looking for an attendance liaison position, this would also be a grant-funded position through the Community Schools Grant. The purpose of this will be to support our students who are having some attendance issues, but when it's at the start of the attendance issue, as opposed to letting it get to a point where it's maybe chronic absenteeism or some of those levels of things. So say a student misses 2 or 3 days, like when they're getting that SARB letter 1 or possibly SARB letter 2 that we're going out, or if we're seeing a pattern of the student, we sometimes hear reports from parents, oh, my student won't get out of bed. So maybe putting that pressure of going to the home and having a way to transport the student to school to say, oh, we're here to get you. Come on in, let's get ready for school and get on out to the van and let's go to school. So having that level of support, supporting parents with some of the strategies, that sort of thing. And then, like I say, just helping to increase that accountability. I've also spoken with the chief and captain around this, and they fully support the SRO going out on certain home visits with our, if we do enact this position, just to make sure that there's that additional level of support there if that's what's needed, just to show that there are many people who care about the student getting to school and making sure they have the support here.
Okay, any questions?
I hope that someone amazing applies, because that's really gonna be person dependent.
It really will be, but I know that there are a couple of people who have expressed interest if a position like this were to come open, that they had, that was really a passion that they had around supporting students. So I think that we may get some interest for sure.
That's great.
And where will this person make phone calls and put their paperwork?
We're working on that piece. Now, it actually should get a little easier. They may be housed at one of our school sites, but as our construction finishes up at Redwood, there'll be a little bit more room there. We're also talking with, I spoke with Laura earlier this week around when our SDC classroom is finished inside the building, that portable that's out there may be a good place for our family liaisons, because there's a washer and dryer there. There's already some resources that would make sense there. So these offices here may become available at that point to support that person moving in. So we've got a couple of options that may be in place, but not 100% sure just yet.
Okay, is there any public comment?
No, there's no public comment.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the new classified position attendance liaison.
And a second,
I'll second.
roll call please.
Trustee Statham?
Aye.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
And Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, item 10.4, Flockworks Creative Programs mural proposal.
All right.
Thank you for.
So Jeff, thanks for sitting through all
Yes.
that.
No worries. Better in person than watching it.
For sure. So Flockworks and Noyo Food Forest have approached us. They have put together a beautiful presentation if you want to see more detail, but I would call out maybe a couple of slides from that. Wrong one, sorry. Sorry, I'm not keeping up on one side in my piece here. So they would like to, our mural that backs up to the garden, if you look on slide 3, do you have it? I'm sorry. Anyway, if you have access on Assembly, you can see on slide 3, it's kind of ugly backing up to the...
South garden.
Yeah. So it's not the most attractive piece there. It's, with our new batting cage and everything that's there, structurally it's sound, it's fine that way, but it just, it could look a lot prettier backed up to a garden. So if you look on the next slide or next page on page 4 there, you can kind of see the proposal. And this will come in a couple of phases, phase 1 and phase 2. So phase 1 kind of being that central section, and then phase 2 being each of the extremities on that end. And for our public at home, there's kind of what the mural proposal yeah, that would be what it would look like, and like I say, the central half of it being phase 1, and then the outside edges being phase 2. And this would be the actual content of the mural, so you can kind of see that. That's really what the board approval is being requested is for what that is, because, I mean, something that's that visible, we would want to know the plan and the content before moving forward with it. I think it's quite a beautiful design that will complement many of the things that we already have going on in our learning garden there. So.
160 students will be able to help participate.
Yes. Oh, thank you for the number.
Okay,
I
any,
like the design.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? I thought-
So is it going on the, what does that look like?
It's
Metal?
metal, yeah.
So it'll actually go on there,
We'll
or?
rub it in the metal, and then
Okay.
we're gonna put a varnish coat over it to
Oh, wow.
protect it from the elements.
Yeah,
And it's a renowned muralist that's local,
Mhm.
and teaches at the Mendocino Community College.
so they live here.
Yeah, they live here,
Oh,
and
great.
they've done many murals around the California area.
Great. Any other questions? Any public comment on this mural?
No, there's no
No,
public.
no comment on the mural. Okay.
Gotta get out more, I didn't even know this batting cage went in.
Birthday on Saturday.
Yep, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
good
come on
time
out.
to get out there and see everything.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So is there any, we're just providing the space, is there financial support?
There's-
No?
Not on our part, no.
Okay.
Well, if there's any maintenance, it doesn't.
Maintenance, yeah, but
More
that's,
varnish.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
pretty, that's gonna be pretty low maintenance with a varnished on metal, I think will be.
Yeah, just as long as somebody keeps an eye on it
Yeah.
before it gets
I
too.
move
It's
to.
nice because there's the fence is like this far from it, so it's kind of like protected in its own way.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it won't get hit from that side.
I move to approve the Flockworks Creative Programs mural proposal.
All right, a second.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
Trustee Statham?
Aye.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Great. Item 10.5, Board Policy
Thanks.
50. Thank you, sir. Thanks for staying. Board Policy 5030, Student Wellness Policy.
Okay, so we have brought the student wellness policy to you in the past and had it updated. Unfortunately, it did not have the USDA non-discrimination statement that was on the policy itself. So the only change that we're suggesting at this point is to add the USDA non-discrimination statement as a part of the policy. So
Which is blue.
that it is official, and we are in compliance, and that will help with Pilar's, one of the 3 reviews that I mentioned a little earlier that she has in place, even though it's interesting that wellness is more than just our nutrition services, but for whatever reason, that's where it lives in most districts, so.
Okay, any questions? Any public comment?
No, there's no public comment.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the wellness policy 5030.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Roll call, please.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
And Trustee Statham?
Aye.
And the motion carries.
Great. Item 10.6, Resolution 25-08, Adopting a Conflict of Interest Code.
And so this is just a requirement of law that we have a conflict of interest code in place and have the resolution in place, is it annually or biannually? But basically the conflict of interest code is what drives the Form 700 that you get to fill out. And we are in compliance with this. We have, always had that be our practice in the past, to declare any of the statement of any conflict of interest for any of our folks who make any contract decisions or really financial decisions. So that includes most of our administrators, as well as you as the board. So.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board? Any public comment?
No, there's no public
Thank
comment.
you. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the resolution 2508, adopting conflict of interest code.
And a second.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
Trustee Statham?
Aye.
And Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, item 10.7, lot line adjustment, Fort Bragg High School.
Okay, so you heard earlier from Don just talking about why the need for this is in place, because PG&E considers this all one
One big
lot. I'm like, this isn't like a residential lot, but okay. So they just need to do the lot line adjustment. What we would approve tonight is really just the contract to start that work. I'm sure there will be at least one or two more items that would have to come before us for a vote in the future around, whatever the legal paperwork. Once it gets in place, I'm sure there'll be a resolution or something that we have to do. It's a process. It takes a little time, so that's why we want to get started on it now. So hopefully by the time we're at least mid-construction, that we'll have PG&E moving on it.
So is it a cost savings doing this or timing, like we can move along?
Cost
quickly?
savings.
Both, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's trying to do both.
Yeah, I think it's probably hard to figure out the cost savings, but as he was saying, that there would be 4 lines at $13 a foot having to be run from the back
Oh,
of.
So
Gotcha.
$50 foot times how many
Gotcha.
feet down?
Gotcha, I see.
Yeah.
So if you separate it out, it's like a whole new development.
Yeah.
So hopefully it doesn't, there's nothing else going on out there. Like trigger some other unintended.
Yeah, I think we should be fine with, with this, and it is definitely the cheaper of the two options when we were looking at it, so.
And I assume the funds from this are coming from the
This would be bond funds.
bond
yeah.
project, okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment?
No, there's no public.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the lot line adjustment at the Fort Bragg High School.
And a second,
I'll second.
roll call, please.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Statham?
Aye.
And Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Okay, item 10.8, consideration of agreement for communication services.
So as we alluded to last month, and I know that there's been some questions around this, again, it's, at the board's direction as to what our next steps are on this. But with our community schools funding and some community engagement pieces, we could have the opportunity to update our website to increase parent communication and rebrand our district logo that's a little dated in that. You see the proposal that's attached. I know that I have gotten some feedback from some board members about perhaps pursuing other proposals for this type of service. I will say that the proposal that's there is probably pretty comprehensive for a lot of services, and it's not necessarily saying that we want all of those services, so the board could provide direction that we just want to focus in on particular services. We could also look at, again, like I say, going out, getting some bids from other places to see what the cost around that would be. I will say one question I got around this was about the hourly rate. Did do some just kind of anecdotal reaching out, and we're hearing that in our region the hourly rate for this type of work is right now running between $200 and $250. So that $175 an hour is probably not that out of the realm for that. Keeping in mind that our region includes San Francisco, where some of that sits a lot higher. So there's, again, that's anecdotally. I haven't done a deep dive into this, kind of waiting on direction from the board around this, but I think it would be very prudent for us to consider the website upgrade at the very least as a part of some of the things that we pursue, whether it be under this agreement or through another agreement.
So I fully support a website rebranding because our website's terrible right now. Having someone who's done this work in the past.
Yes.
But I do think we have, it would be great if we could get like an RFP out to some of our local designers, because I know there are people who do really good work who could handle this and probably bring the cost down on that.
Okay.
For just the branding part of it?
At least
or
the website portion for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, because to me, I'm looking at it, it's like website, and then you've got like timing, like I don't know how that all works out, like you do it over the summer, like what are we, is there some window that we're looking at here?
I mean,
and then
it's
maintenance
always
costs?
ideal to roll out, during a break or something like that, but then again,
Not really. Really?
You don't always know the issues with a website until you have users actually using it. And
Gotcha.
Yeah.
so sometimes like, oh, it's July, we rolled it out and we haven't heard anything. Well, that doesn't mean anything
Right.
until
Right,
August
no
when
one's
we're going
looking
like,
at it.
Right.
Ah.
Well, and
Gotcha.
ideally, you'd have both sites kind of running at the same time, and then people having to do twice as much work, and you want to kind of try to keep that down. But that also is your opportunity to like find
Find
problems.
bugs.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will be honest, I haven't been able to spend a lot of time with this proposal, so I would like to do that. So it would be nice if we could.
I always want to look at more than one.
Yeah.
And I'm just concerned, like, if this is community funds, I mean, it's probably like a perfect opportunity, because we always said we don't have the money, we wanted to go with free, but we get what you paid for.
Yeah.
But the maintenance of it, like, we don't want to set ourselves up where we can't maintain it.
mhm,
You know, whatever we're investing in, I don't know what that looks like. They're all,
for sure.
yeah.
Well, we can absolutely get an RFP or out there for that, and look at both local and then to see, there's also some national groups, so we can get a whole kind of spectrum of what that would look like. So.
Funding for this would come from,
So for the website redesign would come, that's allowable with the community schools expenses. The ongoing maintenance, like the software piece, and any one we go with will have some kind of ongoing cost
Right.
for this, for hosting and for usually that piece of things. So just keeping in mind that that's a thing. Would be more general fund expense, because that's, again, it's not like a one-time grant funded kind of thing, so it would be, but again, I think it's a necessary kind of
Mhm.
ongoing operating expense at this point, just because the functionality of our website is probably pretty limited. I think as you start to look at accessibility features and some of those things, they're way outdated on our
Mhm.
current site, so they're just,
And we had any staff input, or not really?
I don't know if in a public sense that I can say some of the comments that I've heard from staff, but they're not positive.
Okay.
Meaning they don't like what we have, or
They don't
what-
like what we have.
But no, and they haven't looked at this.
Not necessarily this proposal, just that we need, I mean, it's been a pretty
Okay, well,
common
that's,
piece that we need
but
something new.
we don't need verbatim
Yeah.
comments, but just that they've been.
It's probably the same frustrations we have as parents.
Yes, yep, and I've heard from some parents as well, like, it's really hard to find things on the website, some of those
And you
pieces,
keep
so.
going, and you keep going.
Yeah,
You
so-
keep going, you're like, oh.
Yeah, you've got lots and lots of layers, and you can't just do
You're like,
a
well,
generalized
I'm-
search.
And
That's-
then there's access issues there too. Like I'll
Yeah.
click on the calendar at the high school, and if I'm not in FBUSD, like on the Google, I get, anyway, it is,
It's
very
all good
clunky.
time.
Yes, so there's definitely been
there's a
a
need.
lot of
I don't
advances.
think any of us will say there's not a need.
So I think it's an ideal time to look at that, and then like I say, we can look at other proposals and bring that back forward.
I think a website upgrade is vital, and the fact that we don't have to pay for the actual upgrade is, we do, but you know what I mean. The community grant,
grant
I don't
money.
know if the grant can also pay for the branding. It's always good to do branding, the same time you do a website, not necessary.
I think that we could probably pay with community engagement funds, which again are
Yeah, because we're trying to engage
one-time
the
funds that
community,
are
yes.
not
Okay.
because it's not an ongoing expense there.
I don't think personally, things like a photo shoot and social media right now are, all that ongoing stuff is really, like, people take such great, like, we have
Cameras.
endless numbers of pictures.
For sure.
The PR support and crisis communication, I'm not familiar enough with how the district would utilize that.
Well, and I would say for crisis communication, the law firm that we also work with, part of the service that is available there, if we were ever in a moment where we had to have somebody right away, they have a person through our law firm as well. So
Yeah.
that is an option.
And that sounds a lot more secure and effective to me than some PR person wearing a car, like,
Yeah,
it's not-
absolutely.
But I'd love, I mean, proposals, no proposals, I'd love to get a new website.
Absolutely.
And again, I know I mentioned this at some meeting, it'd be great if whoever was doing the website had an opportunity for input and feedback.
Mhm.
We don't want to create a website by committee, because those always fail, but at least some sort of input as,
Here's a frustration with our current, or here's
you know,
what we
what do
really
you
like.
look for when you go to a site, what do you know, just.
Yeah, that's a pretty normal part of
Yeah.
development, I think, and we would want to make sure that happened.
They would probably know as soon as they got on there.
Well, and what parents want on the top, that's the thing,
Mhm.
is,
Right.
what do the parents use the most? And I guess we could do that by clicks, I don't know, but, like, where do the parents go the most
Yeah.
often?
But that, I don't know if that tells you that, because that's kind of got some, it's kind of like the survivor bias, you know, the thing when the planes came back and they looked at where the bullet holes were and they realized, no, they need to look at where the bullet holes aren't, because the planes that went down got hit there, same thing. The number of clicks, that's what people are finding, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for, right? So it's yeah, the clicks don't, just because it's popular doesn't mean that's what people are actually looking
It's
for.
where they
Okay.
land.
See, this is not my wheelhouse. Ask me about numbers, I'm good.
Yes.
Don't ask me about technology.
Yeah.
So, is there any public comment that we received on this?
Nope, there is no public comment.
Okay, and then if there's, I'll entertain a motion if there's, and I know I've heard a lot of feedback about getting proposals, but we'll table it.
I feel pretty clear about the direction.
All right, great. Just going to give anyone an opportunity. 10.9, teacher consent forms.
Okay, pretty routine piece. So these teacher consent forms would be for English and English and social studies at the high school, and for math at the middle school. And this will be for 25-26.
And are these all new staff?
Some are returning staff.
Hurst is new.
Some are
Or
new to the
returning.
position, and
Well,
then some is, and one is new. So-
Old, new.
And I was just curious if the one was signed by a computer. It just seemed kind of, the signature just seemed like it was not a person's signature, maybe on a computer. Anyway, it's not important. I just
Okay.
thought it was kind of odd.
Casual DocuSign.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, yeah, it's, but
Okay.
just thought maybe people were around, but.
Any other questions or comments? Any public comment?
No, there's no public comment.
Verify that that was an adult signature.
Yeah.
They're
I
all
shouldn't make
signed
assumptions,
with Susie,
but-
so, I mean,
What was
they,
it?
Oh,
they
yeah,
get
look at that.
signed, they get signed in the, with HR.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, like on a mouse pad?
Uh,
This one says
no,
digitally.
in the space.
Yeah, it's legitimately a wet signature.
Yeah, it's a wet signature with Susie, so.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll move to approve the teacher consent forms.
And I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Statham?
Aye.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
And Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
And the motion
Very
carries.
excited about the math department, having full.
Yes, oh my
It's
gosh.
exciting.
Item 10.10, very excited to bring this item forward as an action item, Board Policy 0415, Equity and FPSD Board Equity Statement. It's been on the agenda consistently for about 2 years. I think the intent, before Joe dives in, is we wanted on action to get comment and obviously board feedback. If we're comfortable approving it, great. If not, I think the intent is, we don't have to approve this tonight. It's just, this is the natural next step.
You said it beautifully. There's not much more for me to add, other than I really appreciate all the work, thought, and effort that the board has put into really developing this equity statement. I think currently with some of the misconceptions about what equity is, this is a way to clarify that for at least locally our public, because I know in the national media it's getting a lot of attention as something that this statement does not represent. Because we're really trying to do what's right for our students in a way that we have always had the dedication to do that, and this is a great way to really solidify that. So. With that, I'd take any suggestions if there's any with that, or again, I know you've seen this now quite a lot. So.
I mean, I'm comfortable with the language. I think, obviously, any policy can be amended. So if we get a bunch of public comment or reflection after, we have the ability to assess, what folks are interpreting. The language isn't clear.
Yeah, I think the process developing this has been really good. It's been an eye-opening experience for me, for sure, and it's great to see a draft final product in front of us, so. Any other comments? Is there any public comment on this? No?
No, there's no
Okay.
public comment.
Well, I'll entertain a motion. Or we can table.
Was this, I'm sorry, was this exactly the way it was presented last meeting? I didn't go back and look.
There's a second sheet if you wanna look at what we've been
That was-
looking at. And
Okay, so this, okay.
let's look at the first page.
Yeah, the statement is sort of the cleaned up.
Okay, and then we just put it into here.
Yes. And so there are a couple of choices. If you are unsure about the actual policy, we could approve the statement. If you're comfortable doing that, and then bring the policy back to you again, treat this like a first reading and then bring it back around. Whatever your thoughts are on it as the board, we could table it completely for right now and give you a chance to kind of read over the policy in depth.
And the other piece, so it looks like the first part is definitely what we've been pushing, not pushing out, but
That's the
shown.
part that's actually, yeah.
Right, and
actually-
then the other one was to been the last few meetings. Says the board shall, the two bullets aren't on the other sheet.
Oh, I got you, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Those two
That
are
are within
not.
So that's, I think we worked on that at the last workshop when we were diving into the policy itself. So I think we took a CSBA language that was maybe
Mhm.
similar and we adjusted it.
Yeah, cause I didn't compare it line for line like with the notes we had, but the
Mhm.
first section's definitely what we've been
Mhm.
chiseling at
Mhm.
for months.
Okay, well, I can split this up, and if we want to, I'll entertain a motion first for the equity statement. Can I do that? Can I split this up,
Absolutely.
even though it's one title? Okay.
Cause that would be what we'd put on the handbook, right, the
This-
formal list.
The statement, yeah.
Well, and we talked about it going on the agendas, I mean, for it to go in lots of places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been our work of, I
Yeah.
don't see any reason not to approve that.
Okay.
All right, I'll move to approve the board equity statement as
Okay.
presented.
Is there a second?
And I'll second.
All right. Roll call?
Trustee Schneider?
Yes.
Trustee Babcock?
Yes.
Trustee Paoli?
Yes.
Trustee Oxty?
Yes.
And Trustee Statham?
Aye.
And the motion carries.
Okay, and our table the policy, give it another, bring it back the next meeting? Yeah,
So I feel like we had more paragraphs that we kind of
Okay.
tweaked.
Yeah, I
of
thought
the
we
And we'll go
did
back
too.
in.
CSBA.
And double check and try
Yeah.
to put the other, or the CSBA sample policy in there. I think we had seen it so many times that it became a little more routine, so we'll get that in for the next meeting. So,
well, I just want to congratulate the board on having an equity statement.
yes,
That's great,
congratulations. It's
Yeah.
a culmination of a lot of work.
yes. Okay, 11.1, California School Employees Association negotiation openers.
So we were just making sure that we put out the sunshine letter from CSEA. So that was attached to the agenda. Their contract is completely open this year, and just as our teacher's contract is. And so we'll engage in negotiations with them again in a couple of weeks.
So if I may,
Yes.
there's a bullet point in here that we didn't really mention with the stay well part is the Delta Dental issue. So I don't know if that's on the agenda or if that's,
I know Staywell was looking at a dental shift, but I wonder if these rate things didn't kind of sidetrack that.
It
I'm
did,
sure it
it is
did, but
kind of
yeah.
overconsumed the dental information.
I know Trustee Statham had a dental suggestion or something.
We switched ours from Delta Dental to Beam, B-E-A-M. And the feedback from employees who have started using it is that they felt the coverage has been better. It's the same issues of, Delta has no providers in town, either does Beam, but the coverage and the usage has been better. And then we switched both dental and vision, and the vision coverage was the same VSP network, so we had all the same providers and things that we have in the Delta plan.
Just I guess, once the rates things are dealt with, it'd be great to, because I know, I hear a lot of feedback about
Mhm.
Delta Dental.
Yeah, we do
And we
too.
might even be able to reach out and just go ahead and start
Mhm.
doing some exploration for us, even
Yes.
if Staywell isn't going to do
Mhm.
that.
I think
Yeah.
one of the major things is one of the dentists retired in town, and
Mhm.
that's substantially changed The Delta Dental situation.
Okay, any other comments or questions on the sunshine letter? And negotiations are ongoing, things are,
Yep, things are moving forward.
Great. Okay, 11.2, Board Policy Administration Regulation CSBA recommended updates for March 2025.
Okay, so hopefully you've had a chance to at least read over the changes. In the summary sheet, you can see that many of these are really driven by new law coming through. Some of it is just clarifying some existing law that's been out there, but the new law clarifying the existing law, and you know how this whole process works. And some of it's coming into that we've known about for a little while, but it's finally coming into play as we move past January 1st, 2025. Some of these became effective at that point. So, any questions about any particular ones?
No, you answered my questions. Most of it just being somehow tracking some trainings and then not knowing that we're offering them. And those were my concerns, just to make sure that we're providing the education and just the regulation of it.
And then if you see on, I know at least one of them had about parental notification. We do have our lawyers provide an updated parental notification every spring. We'll probably see that in the next month or so. That is for the following year, so we can get that populated into our systems. It includes all of the required notifications in that.
So when we click the box on it online, you've read it.
Yes, you've read the extensive document that has become now. So.
The student board member board bylaw,
Yes.
what's,
So that one is just, it's been modified around a little bit, that now student board members can be paid. That's made it into law, or we can offer credit. We've typically offered credit for students in the past if they, most of our student board members don't necessarily need the credit, but
can it count towards the community service hours that?
it could, yeah, there's that type of credit. But this board policy is just updating with the law that says, because it's an and/or piece there, it's not a requirement. And generally what I found in the law is that if board members are compensated, then the student board member should be compensated. So in those districts, they do offer some compensation. That's the parallel they draw there, so.
And then the mobile communication devices, that if we move forward with the high school, anything, this policy doesn't affect anything that we would do?
So that's just, again, updating to reflect the law. You can kind of see what our current language is on the devices. Honestly, our current policy is compliant with what the law has asked, so it's not, we don't really have to update, it's just the suggested language that's there. So.
Right, but if isn't the pouch supposed to be during break and lunch too? Well, I guess lunch they can go off campus, so then they're gonna be able to access it, so at break, they'll still be off of it though.
Mhm.
So then, that's non-instructional, so we are gonna have to change it then,
Well, ours,
if you go
we also
literal.
say, or additional rules
Yeah,
as,
it's totally flexible.
for individual school sites. And so that's the current policy. So that's what we,
Yeah, in accordance with law and any rules that individual school
Oh,
sites may
okay, I'm
impose, so.
sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't
Okay.
keep.
Well, and it does say you could have that where you just say it's just when you're you're in your seat in classrooms, but then passing and at lunch, you can have access to them, and there's all kinds of.
How are they gonna
Well,
unlock
that seems
all
like a
550 phones in,
so we,
for 5
This
minutes?
is not a board
not our- yeah,
decision.
this
is-
It's a pilot decision at the high school, and I think
You're so good, Diana.
definitely have opinions on these things.
Well, I
but
was
it's a
thinking, when
pilot
you say
program.
that, it's like, how is that gonna work?
but I will say, one of the things that we have chosen to do at the high school that's a little different than the implementation at the middle school is that each classroom will have a magnet, as opposed to there being just several central magnets. And the rationale behind that being that high schoolers have a little bit more self-control, and they might actually need to be able to use some of those in some of their classes, because it's
Yeah.
buy this really expensive calculator or just get the app on your phone. Like, we don't wanna put folks in the situation where they have to look at alternate technologies when there's something that exists in a bag in their pocket. So.
Okay.
Glad it's not put on that then.
Any other questions? So this will come back next meeting as an action item. Okay. 11.3 Board Governance Handbook 2025 draft.
So, thank you very much, Diana, for
Yes, thank you very much, Diana.
for working up the draft here. I don't know if there are any questions, comments, concerns about that?
We can add the equity statement now.
Yeah.
We absolutely can.
But we won't do the bullets, because it'd be too, just that first paragraph.
Just the statement.
Yeah, just the
Just the
paragraph.
Just the paragraph, okay.
Yeah, so
Yep.
you can add it there. And then I did take the liberty, it's always, it may not look right, you can balk at it, but I put the president and VP up top, and then in alphabetical order, below. And then most of these items we talked about in February, so that there's nothing really new, but you'll see a couple of language changes. And I did end up pulling, on page 5, there was the governance standards. It said it was as of June 17th. There is a new version, which I had Renee attach, and it's November of 21, but I can't tell you what's different about the form. So I don't know if they changed colors and they have to update it. I don't know. And then I'll add the equity statement again on page 5, and I added the 4th goal for LCAP. that
So
we
on
added.
page 5, should we add the full statement with the bullet
Yeah,
points?
probably, with the bullets.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
so it's somewhere in there.
And then other was just some language changes that were suggested and updating some information, but this really wasn't, and there still could be, it was a 13-page, so we could almost get it down to a 9-page, but I think at our next, workshop, or I just wanted to get something signed, because it's been kind of lingering. It fell through the cracks in February. So I'll make those revisions unless anyone else sees something.
Anything else anyone wants to add? Okay, so this will come back on the next agenda as an action item to adopt. Okay, great. And then 11.44, board self-evaluation survey results.
And so we have our responses that were there. So thank you all for taking the time to,
See, this is the one. I couldn't get in.
oh, you couldn't get into this one with that?
Well, but it wants me to make a new password. It just wants me to- I don't know, I was having technological issues.
I'm not sure, yeah. It may not be.
There I am.
Okay.
Oh, but now it's just
No,
telling me
yeah,
I've
'cause I did
responded.
the same thing now.
Yeah, and it's just telling me that I've already responded, so where's the results?
Oh, I know what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, the link on the agenda is,
The link on the, yeah, should.
There it is. See, before it took me to the test that I took, or my response.
Yeah, okay.
We're not all techies like you two.
so one interesting one is, well, there's a lot of not sures, which is very understandable in the current situation. I don't know if are there any that really jump out as, I mean, we can discuss any one you guys want, but I'm just,
9 o'clock.
Well, and I'll tell you, as a new board member going through this, I think every single thing was not sure, because I haven't been with the group long enough to answer the question.
Very understandable.
Right, yeah, and haven't,
Yeah.
some people answer like what they perceived,
Yeah. I
from
just
afar.
figured it was the more accurate answer for me.
What, unknown?
No, yeah, as
Unsure,
unknown at this time, yes.
so we got 6 responses, oh no, that's 4 responses. Wait, I'm looking at question 33, the board effect, I'm just looking for any less often or rarely's. And number 33, the board effectively orients new members, we have 2 for often, 2 for less often, and 2 for not sure.
Well, I'll tell you, because I feel like, there was a deer in the headlights look for several months. That's why I just felt, and not a lot of participation, so I took that as that we did not do a good job at bringing them on board. So that was
Okay.
my own assumption, so I don't know. But,
Yeah, I feel like we could better organize how we orient the new members. I feel like at one point we had
a plan.
a plan,
Yeah.
and this time,
Yeah, but you're right that those numbers don't add up.
They don't.
Because
Yeah,
that's
there's
Maybe
four
someone answered-
responses with 6.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because there's 6.
Maybe
Did you
someone
do
answered a
2?
question.
You did 2?
I
Well,
was
it
less
says- it says
often,
4
less often,
responses
I'll tell you
still.
that.
It says 4 responses, but then it's showing 6, so.
Six.
Two-step verification, excuse me.
Google security's gonna kick you down your door.
The next question also has an almost always and less often. Board reviews is covered in its handbook, but I guess we just dealt with that. We understand why.
And I
but
think
less
I was
often,
left off
yeah.
them because we let
Didn't-
it, yeah, we let it go. It's, I mean, it's not, that's not that's not a crisis.
No.
Yeah.
37, board considers student input when developing its mission and visions, one almost always, one rarely. We haven't, I mean, when's the last time we
Well,
developed a mission?
student, and that says student.
Student.
We never really got student input. That might have been me.
Okay.
I'll stand up for that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with. You know, we've talked about having student voice things and we just haven't got there. You know, Joe's now reaching out to students, which is great, but we're still not, you know, it's just, it's really hard for me to take action on things when I'm hearing a student's perspective through an adult, because it's not the same. So,
Mhm.
you know, we'll get there.
Making progress.
Yep. And hopefully we'll make a space that kids feel, yeah, some way, whether it's board chat or whatever we're gonna call it, or rebrand that, you know, we've talked about all those things. You know, there's all the, you know, but, and I just wanna not sound like a negative Nelly, but because if these are the things we're working on, we're doing a pretty darn good job. You know, when we're trying to get input and they're not standing here screaming at us, I feel like
Right.
it's kind of a win.
You know, that's an interesting thing that you mentioned about the board chat though, and doing something directly with the kids.
Maybe that's the
I
venue
don't know
we
if
should
every
do.
month we go into a different school site and go into a classroom, like,
Can we do it during the,
I don't know.
breaks? Just zoom into.
or just go, like, go to
Yeah.
a school, go into a classroom,
It's
see
great
what
part
they're
of town's
doing.
not that big, so we do.
That would be
I
awesome.
don't know,
That's
like,
kinda
maybe we
sounds
can
fun.
combine the board walk and the board chat and somehow do something that where we learn, I mean,
What's a dual effort?
it's, yeah,
Yeah.
we learn as well as if
Mhm.
we're available for, questions, comment.
I would say certainly from Dana Gray up, we have spaces that are available for that. Redwood might be more, because those kids do learn and express themselves through play, hanging out on the playground and just, you know, they tell me a lot when I'm out there.
So maybe we have a board chat out in the recess.
Yeah, could be a cool
I
thing.
think
So
that's,
you could-
that's
or the
something to chew
library.
on, I think.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
great.
I think that would be an awesome thing.
We could spend the first 15 minutes, you know, we could visit a couple classrooms and then we could be available for people in a room for people to come.
Yep.
And if it's more than 30 minutes, it's time well spent.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, that's something we can.
Yeah, especially with like student interview, it's really
Yeah.
there for the kids.
We could do it in the library.
Yeah, that's
Some of the
what they
libraries.
just suggested, maybe the library.
So I think why we're getting 6 on these is because there was check boxes, so you could select more than one item.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
someone double clicked.
Someone changed their mind and
Well,
didn't
there's
uncheck
there's
the
only
first
one. That's not so bad.
No, there's a couple that have 5 on it, I noticed, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Clearly, we still have work to do on the adopt clear and measurable indicators to assess district performance, but that's nothing new. It's number 40. We're working on it. Number 45 is all over the place.
That's
Yeah.
because I still feel like we have not made specific goals and priorities. That I'm probably the less often because of that. Not because I don't think because I can't sit here and spout off what our board, let me rephrase that. It's not it's not the LCAP and stuff, but I can't spout off what our board priorities are. And that, maybe that'll come with a strategic plan or, wherever we're. But again,
Yes. Well, and
if
hopefully
these are the things we're complaining about, it's.
Yeah, and we can get some refinement too with once we get the meeting scheduled with our administrators around that goal setting, because that's really what I'm hoping they bring to that is here's the data really clearly summarized. Here are some of the things we're doing or think that should be done, and then let's have a conversation with the board around that piece. So.
Regarding the last question, we have 2 less often and 2 not sure. It seems like as a board, we don't prioritize. I mean, one, there's not a lot of opportunity, but to like, you know, the whole coast to coast and the Sacramento thing, like, it seems like it's not a high priority for this board, which is neither good nor bad, just to
And I think given our location, those things are so expensive when we're looking at the impact, that's hard.
And I
I
will
know.
tell you personally, I am not
I mean,
a
I would
political
love to do
person.
it. I would
Yeah.
love to do it, but I just feel like I don't know if I can justify, because I almost feel like it's not all about us. You know, what we want to say and push out, it's kind of built in for other reasons, and that isn't so good.
I also feel like we're given a script,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
And you
may
go
or
all
may
the way
not agree
across
with.
the
Yeah.
you know, United States to
Yeah.
get this, because I can do that on Zoom.
And so where we may look with that as well is to look at Small School Districts Association. I think they're better at, if we can bring a particular issue forward, getting us in front of the folks at the federal level. They're actually really good at that
Wow.
end of things. So
And that's just in
that would be
Northern
worth,
California.
yeah, that would be worth going to DC for when you know you've got FaceTime with a person and that you
That's
can
true.
talk about
really
your issue.
bring
Oh, yeah.
our story forward and say, this is how this policy is affecting, versus, here's the script,
Yes.
you know, we're all talking as one voice. It's great, but, and has its place, but we're unique and we wanna have our uniqueness
So off script.
honored. Yes.
Okay,
There it is.
there it is. I mean, we can, yeah, take more, you know, if the board would like to discuss this more at the next meeting, let Joe, Renee, or I know, and we'll just put it on this again, keep talking about it, so, but it's kind of
I think we're in a
Talking point.
we're in a unique situation because we have two new.
right, I was gonna say, this is not a starting point, it's a,
Baseline. Yep.
it's a baseline, so we'll see where we are next year. Okay, all right, moving on, 12.1, board reports. If anyone would like to go first, thank you, I know it's almost 9, doing great.
Be concise.
No,
I went to Redwood, that's my site, and was able to go to a parents club meeting and was warned it's a very small group, and I was like thoroughly impressed because in my realm of being a parent, our group was very small. So they had a really mighty group, and I thought they were doing some really great things. They want to put some neat paintings on the playground. They've got some templates and whatnot, so they were looking to do like maybe a weekend to get that finished, and they had a bunch of fundraisers. Their open house, I think, was May 14, so that might be a conflict, or maybe it's not a conflict, because you were doing the school safety that same night. So I don't know if that's really if both of those dates are real, but I did notice that. And they were having a fundraiser that night with pizza. But yeah, it sounds like they're doing a great job, and a parent was at Dana Gray and Redwood, and they were needing parent support there. But I was able to, another day, pop into the preschool and see with kids. Usually we go in and there's no kids, and so I got to see them transition from outside recess in, and it was like a beautiful thing. They transitioned so amazing, and the space is really, it was really cool to see kids there. And then we popped into three classrooms. So it was a quick visit, but there was nothing to report that wasn't normal. You know, every kid was, it was a good thing, because I remember being a parent. You know, there's always one child that's going after something, you know, looking for their lunchbox, and then everyone knew where they needed to be and seemed happy. So that's my report.
anyone else?
I attended the career symposium at the middle school I was in the nonprofit group to talk to students about getting into nonprofits. And, you know, at the middle school level, you know, you're really excited about nonprofit work. So, you know, not a very lively bunch. Took a lot of pulling to get them to ask some questions. I mean, you know, classic middle school, you got a page full of questions. All you got to do is pick that up and ask, you know, read off of it. It doesn't matter if you care about the answer or not. Even that was hard for them, but you know, it was what it was actually we did. There was three separate groups that we did, and actually the first group I felt was actually a really good group. They had a lot of good. They just reading from it, but they actually were like kind of excited about asking the questions and stuff, and it was good.
I did hear that a colleague or coworker of mine went, and it was definitely a different, each pod of kids was very different with their engagement.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be interesting data to find out if we could split those up so they could feed off of each other with engagement.
And it may just be like they kind of picked their top ones and then got assigned to ones, and then maybe they were in a class, one that they just had no interest in.
This third one was just like.
Yeah, so this was my last choice in this group. Yeah.
That's true.
I'll just comment, today was our third of 4 book club or book group meetings that I'm participating in with the staff members in the district. And it's with Nicole Anderson, and it's been really great. I think the nice thing for me is just to see that when I started in education in the early 2000s, it was everybody stayed in their room, you mastered your craft, you didn't really share, you weren't very open. It was all about, what you could accomplish by yourself. And to sit and listen to these educators share, be vulnerable. I mean, we're talking about how we may have bias, may have said things that were inappropriate in places where we didn't really think that we were being, treating someone unfairly or anyway. It's been very uplifting, and the topic's deep, but it has been, okay, it's late, but I just want to compliment the district that the employees are willing to put themselves out there, and they know that this work is important, and they know that our kids will benefit from it. And so hopefully who's been in this group, because obviously the whole district's not there, will then infuse in grade level meetings or departments or whatever, so that they'll be motivated. It really is a good book.
So I attended a pretty disturbing budget committee meeting, as we mentioned before. Yeah. I have a whole list of things, and now they're all gone. I attended
It's 9 o'clock.
senior day at the track the other day. I'll just advocate out there down the road. It'd be great if we can get a new track out there. I do want to commend the landscaping or field crew or the groundskeepers. Thank you. It did look great. I mean, it really did look as good as it could look. And I'm looking forward. There's like mock interview coming up, and senior presentations, senior project presentations, and it's coming to be a very exciting time of the year. Pretty emotional for me as my youngest graduates. So, last home sporting event, I'll attend that whole thing. Yeah, but I don't know. I had a couple other things, but they're beyond me now. All right, anything else for that? Okay, advanced planning, suggestions for future board meetings. I think there was a bullet point about a special board meeting in May, but we'll hear about that.
Yeah, I'll need to get an idea of when they're talking. I would assume it would be a one-item kind of meeting where we're looking at the guaranteed maximum price for the alt-ed piece.
Okay.
So once I have a little bit more information, because they're still unsure when they're going to get the final remaining bids from the contractors. But if we can get it in within that time frame, then we can talk about them starting possibly by mid-June, was what I heard as far as starting to clear the land and that piece of things. So.
And we're still trying to schedule a meeting with the administrator.
Yes, we had to go back to the drawing board.
Hopefully that'll happen in May.
Yes.
Maybe we can combine them.
Possibly, yes.
Quick
That
30-minute something.
Yep, that's the thought, is maybe at the, it could be a brief start for the GMP and then jump right into the
And those of you that
administrative
have high school kids, I believe the CASP testing is this coming week, which I think is the 20, right? The 21st instead of the 28th.
Oh.
Get those kids good sleep.
Oh, I know, I attended the interviews for Dana Gray Principal.
Oh, yes.
In the, well, not the Wellness Center, what do they call it? The quiet.
Chill
Oh, the
Village.
Chill
Zone.
Village.
It was great, the Chill
Yeah.
Village.
Oh, wow. It is a
Um,
cool space.
Three great candidates. Very excited about our choice. Look forward to you guys meeting her. And then I'll be attending the CBO
Interviews on Monday.
Okay, housekeeping. Anything missing? I do just want to encourage board members to put all three graduation, even though it's not on this calendar, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, last week of school. Usually all at 5 o'clock, usually.
I believe so. In that.
I think Alta is at 5:30 or so.
Okay, but in late afternoon, be available. It's a lovely week.
Yes.
Yes, we are all expected to be there.
Yes, we are all expected and encouraged to be there.
And if I may on that item as well, I don't know, is the board, you decided to do something different rather than something for teacher appreciation? Because that week will be the week of our next board meeting, so we don't get another opportunity to discuss.
Right, yeah, because we kind of were thinking,
And it's so,
thing that, but yeah,
Mhm.
good thing to bring up, is this, our sunshine money is coffers or whatever, and it's, to really
so
have that,
And this is the same as staff appreciation week?
You picking a day?
yeah, we usually do the staff appreciation
Okay.
yeah, during that week, just because it's for everyone, so we don't miss.
Of course. All right, any ideas? So in the past, we've done things like
All kinds of different things.
little
They seem to like the last, I mean, we did, pins and
last year we did nuts,
highlighters,
right? I
and
got
we
the
did
nuts last year.
Yeah.
Snacks, but that, we went way over budget,
Yes.
So it's pretty
which was
expensive.
great, but I mean, if we could do, maybe we'd look to do, or we were thinking we would somehow, I thought there was some connection with the November 1st.
We were
Professional
gonna
development
serve,
day.
yeah, and
It was always kind of
or it
a
was August.
box lunch, yeah, or maybe it was August that we were thinking of starting over, that's kind of like.
Do
we're a
more
little late.
labor intensive.
Right,
Well,
But we could do a proclamation, I was gonna bring that
yeah, I was
up.
gonna say, what if we did a message out to,
proclamation.
a proclamation?
And it falls during that
Really
week, so we
big.
could,
And then maybe an email that Friday from the board.
And then we could try to do the.
I think that'd be great.
August, try to help with whatever, would you have a lunch of some sort if it was? for
in
you?
August, yeah, I think we always have at least one lunch where everybody comes together and all staff are there, so.
So if it could be there to.
Okay, so let's, these proclamation, and then an email with that proclamation on that Friday.
Do that.
On the ninth?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll draft an email if you want to draft, and we'll bring it to the next meeting.
Mhm.
Or I'll share the email with you guys when we can.
Give it to Renee to push out.
Okay, great. Thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely.
And then our next meeting is May 8th at 6 p.m.
And that's one I'll miss.
Yes, so we'll have 3 board members. So all 3 of us are confirming to be there.
As long as I
If
don't
something
have
comes
the
up,
flu.
let us know, and we'll have to,
If you have the flu, you can do it remotely.
yes, cancel the
Oh,
meeting.
that's right.
Oh, we'll see,
You're
there will be
in a
good.
big mood.
Because that's what you feel like having.
Who's the,
I'm the
Renee?
agenda.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
Okay.
Could be an illness.
that's on the 28th, right?
Yeah. And we'll figure out if there's a closed session, if at all, and, what time. Because there's just 3 of us, so we'll see what the topics will be. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at 9:08.
So I would move to adjourn.
And second?